Gary, would you call roll, please?
No.
Eric Brusatis,
Meeting CB1,
Simon
Thank you.
Weiser,
Community Board
Gina
number 1.
Argento,
Excuse me?
Yes.
Gina
Here.
Argento,
I'm here.
Aaron Drinkwater,
No, I signed up to speak.
Okay, you'll be recognized later.
With
Please,
Eric
everybody
beside
mute
us.
if you're not on.
Karen Nieves,
Yeah.
Karen Nieves.
Yes.
How do I mute
You
it?
don't sound
Okay.
like Karen Nieves. Mario Domerick,
Is this for Community Board 1?
Here. Jerry.
William Vega, William Vega,
Here.
Bronwyn Breitner,
Is
Kevin
this Community
Coster.
Board
I'm
1?
here. Bronwyn is here.
Thank you. Kevin Coster,
Here.
Paul Kelterborn.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank
7
you,
members
Jerry.
answering the call.
Thank you, Jerry. That's a quorum. Good evening again,
This is
everyone.
Simon.
I'm going to ask everybody to mute.
Jerry, you called my name?
So noted, Simon. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, so I realize that a lot of people are new to the WebEx platform. I see a lot of people are calling in on their phones. Everyone must mute their phone or their device. Everyone must mute their phone or device. You will be recognized by myself when it is time to speak. If you're a member of the public, members of the committee have priority to speak as they are on the committee. So the first item on the agenda I see everyone muted. Okay, if you are calling in on a phone number, mute your phone. Thank you. All right, we'll do our best, but please, I'll keep reminding people to mute their phone because it makes it impossible to conduct a meeting if you are not muted. And just a point of information for the committee and for the attendees. While there is a pro forma notice to sign up to speak before any committee or full board meeting, those of you that are familiar with this committee know that I have usually made it a point to recognize all speakers for the purposes of this meeting. That will continue. However, we will call those that have signed up to speak first, based on the list that was submitted to me earlier today through the board office, and then people will have an opportunity to speak after that, just to clear up that little piece of contention, so everybody can just wait to be recognized, and we will go through the process when the time is right. At this time, I would like to recognize Rhonda Messer to introduce Miss Karen Patterson to discuss the Cooper Park Adjacent Streets Street Improvement Project proposal. Rhonda? Rhonda, can you hear me?
If she's not on, I can also just jump in. So.
I'm sorry, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm sorry. I started talking and I was muted. I also put my camera on. Can you see me?
I can see you.
So, it's kind of dark in here. I'm sorry. So yeah, I don't want to waste any more of your time. So certainly I'll turn the floor over to Karen.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Karen Patterson. It's been a minute since I've been on WebEx, so bear with me. Just Okay, so is everyone seeing the cover page of the Cooper Park adjacent street SIP proposal?
Yes.
Okay, great. Okay, start. Hi, my name is Karen Patterson. I'm a senior urban designer with the public space unit at Department of Transportation. And tonight I'm going to be providing an update and proposal for some traffic calming measures that the DOT is proposing around the Cooper Park area. So the public space unit, as I mentioned, works within the public realm, and something that's integral to our projects is having strong community partnerships. And the Open Streets program, which was launched 2 years ago, has really provided opportunities for new geographies and new partnerships in the realm of public space. And this can lead to more impactful geometric interventions, such as street seats and shared streets. Then you can scale up to plazas and then start looking at the idea of public realm planning on a larger scale. And integral to any successful public space is programming maintenance. And again, we go back to our community partnership. Oops. Oh, there we go. And so this project, or the impetus for this project and presentation today, really came from the Sharon Street, which was an open street that was, or which currently still is an open street that was launched in 2020. Our Open Streets program, currently in its 3rd season, is a permanent program. There's over 150 locations in the city, and there will be more to come this summer. It includes over 300 blocks, 120 community partners, and over 20 city maintained locations. Our vision for this year is to really push equity in line with our New York City Streets Plan, focusing on priority investment areas, sustainable operations, and partner growth to cultivate long-term change within those areas, and then increase school participation. And as I just mentioned on the previous slide, priority investment areas, it's a framework that came out of the 2021 New York City Street Plan. It's an overlay of inputs that create a framework for prioritizing transportation-related investments citywide and address issues of equity concerns. So the idea is with the system, we can better identify areas and help prioritize for future planning. So the Sharon Street Open Street started in spring 2020, and it extends from Olive Street to Morgan Avenue, so on the south side of Cooper Park. And today, or tonight rather, we will be talking about the Sharon Street Open Street, but also looking at Olive Street and Mass Fifth Avenue to include additional traffic calming measures. I first want to go through just some of the existing conditions in the neighborhood, especially for those people attending tonight who may not be as familiar with the area. So the photo on the right is the intersection at Olive Street and Mass Fifth Avenue, and the development across the street is going to be a large residential development that will bring additional people into the neighborhood. And then this here's a view on Mass Fifth Avenue looking east towards Morgan. Du Bois Avenue and Mass Fifth Avenue looking into Cooper Park. and then the corner of Morgan Avenue and Maspeth Avenue, which you can see there, it's really kind of at the edge of residential and industrial, and it's also a truck route. And then moving down south of the park, we have the corner of Orient and Olive Street, and then view looking north, Olive towards Maspeth Avenue, and then the current entrance or the beginning of the open street on Sharon Street, looking east towards Morgan. And then moving down Sharon Street, we have a mid-block condition, which you can see there's driveways, residential units, and then across the street is the park entrance. So, and then at the end of the open street at Sharon and Morgan, there's. So I want to zoom out a little bit and talk about crash data for the area. So this is looking at crash statistics from 2016 to 2020. And just to kind of walk you through this diagram, total number of injuries for this area are 24 over that time period, and those are in red. And then this is further broken down by type. So injury to a bicyclist, which is in the turquoise blue, injuries to pedestrians, which is the dark blue, and then injuries involving motor vehicles, or injuries to people within motor vehicles. This project, as I mentioned.
Sorry to interrupt, but can you speak up, because you need to speak up or get closer to the mic. Not everybody can hear you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, let me, is that better? Or here, I'll do this.
Yes.
Okay, great, thanks. So as I had mentioned in one of the earlier slides, community partnerships are a very strong component, or like underpinning to a successful public space. And so there's been some of the community engagement that we've had with Sharon Street with the Friends of Cooper Park. So there was a block party on the existing open street that was held in fall 2021. It was a one-day event where DOT launched a survey asking people about their concerns within the neighborhood and also how they felt about the open street. There was also music, plant giveaway, food, etc.
Headphones.
And this here's an example of some of the survey questions. We had over 45 respondents. It was available online and in person.
What kind of lies the DOT is going to say?
Pardon?
I'm sorry, Joseph, can you mute, please? Thank you.
So this is just a sample of some of the survey questions. We were really trying to find out like what sort of toolkit items people would be interested in having in their public space and as public amenities, and planters and edge objects were the one that was most requested. Additionally, from this survey, the survey really emphasized to us, or the respondents really emphasized the concern about safety in the area, especially at the intersections by the park. And so that's one of the reasons that we wanted to expand the scope of this beyond the open street and look a little bit more towards Orient, Maspeth Avenue, Olive, etc. So with that information, I'll just kind of go over the project goals and kind of give an update of some of the things that have happened in the area, or at least two. So there's a multi-way stop that's been approved at Olive and Maspeth that's scheduled to be installed sometime later this year. And then the city bike that is currently on Sharon Street was relocated to the roadbed. It's off the sidewalk. And then we also, as ways to kind of meet our goals or work towards our goals of enhancing safety for bikes and pedestrians, provide traffic calming tools and measures within the area, and then create dedicated bike parking areas. The interventions that we're looking at are to shorten crossings by adding neck downs, adding bike corrals in key areas, then along Sharon Street, adding hugs, which you'll see later on to help calm traffic, slow traffic, and then adding neck downs with signage to signal to pedestrians and cyclists and drivers that Sharon Street is an open street, and there's, when you move down that street, you drive differently or whatnot. So, and to achieve these goals, we will be using these elements from our DOT toolkit. In this project in particular, we'll be using bike parking, these flexible delineators, roadway epoxy gravel treatment, and then planters. So I'm going to jump now into the proposed ideas for this project. So this includes shortened crossings and bike parking. We'll be daylighting at some of the corners. That helps with visibility for both pedestrians and automobiles. We'll be providing bike parking, and then, as I'd mentioned before, adding these hugs, which are mid-block traffic calming elements on Sharon Street. So now kind of zooming in a little bit and looking at each intersection, starting first with Maspeth Avenue and Olive Street. So there's Cooper Park here to the right, future residential development, and then the residential building that Karen Montessori is in. We're proposing curb extensions and bike corrals, or for bike parking and curb extensions to shorten those crossings in between the park and crossing Maspeth Avenue, and then additionally daylighting there at Olive Street so that automobiles and pedestrians have better visibility when crossing the street. Then moving along Maspeth Avenue East, we're proposing additional crossings or curb extensions to shorten the crossing time, and then at the area adjacent to the park that's currently just marked with paint, adding a curb extension and a bike corral in that space. And then lastly, at Morgan and Maspeth Avenue, adding a shortened crossing, a curb extension on the northwest corner. We recognize that this area has a lot of truck traffic, and it's challenging because it is a truck route, and so our intention with this shortened crossing is to implement something to measure that will help calm the traffic in this area. And then moving to Sharon Street, this intersection where Orient, Olive, and Sharon Street are, we want to also daylight at Sharon, or just south of Sharon Street, so that there's better visibility at the crosswalk. We want to have shortened crossings for park access and normalize this intersection to make the crossings more clear. And then additionally, with the city bike station that was recently relocated to the roadbed in conjunction with an open street gateway treatment, that will help signal to drivers that this is an open street, and it will also act as a measure to calm traffic. And then moving down Sharon Street East, we have our hugs. So you can see these half circles with planters and granite blocks that are used as mid-block traffic calming elements. So those act as kind of pinch points on the street. And then additionally, adding a sidewalk extension at the park entrance. This will act as another traffic calming device, but it also will maintain access for parks vehicles. And then lastly, adding another crossing, shortened crossing at Morgan and Sharon Street. And then in terms of the change to parking spaces, we anticipate the loss of 10 parking spots that you can see are dispersed primarily throughout the area. 5 removed on Sharon Street, and then 2 spots on Olive at Sharon Street, 1 at Orient, and then 1 up on Olive and Maspeth, and then 1 just on Maspeth Avenue. And then lastly, just to kind of bring you up to date to where we are with this process. So we're at the last day of June, presenting to CB1. This summer will be agency coordination, working on final design details, and working on scheduling. And then we hope to start implementation in late August, September. Any questions?
Thank you very much, Ms. Patterson. I'm very gratified to see the neck downs at Olive and Maspeth, especially. There's been a huge problem with the daylighting there that doesn't really work because delivery trucks are constantly parking there, and you have the tree obstructions for the traffic. So I think that'll do a lot to improve the safety there. Overall, I think the plan incorporates a lot of the things that Greg has been asking for, and thank you for the presentation. Any committee members have questions or comments?
I have my hand raised.
I can't see hands, sorry. So Karen, go ahead.
I just have a question regarding actually where the condo is at Olive and Maspeth. As Eric, you just pointed out, there's a lot, they get a lot of deliveries. So that currently on the corner is no standing, but you know, they use that for deliveries. So where would, if they get deliveries, where would that occur then? Are we going to extend it and have some sort of signage just for?
Thank you for that observation. I think what we can do is we can look at having designated neighborhood loading zones. So that's something that we can look into, and that's typically like an area that you don't park, but that has signage and as it sounds like delivery trucks can park there, unload, do their business, and then be on their way.
Yeah, because I'm just afraid then they're going to double park, or they're going to block the view, obstruct the view somewhere else. Yeah, so definitely if we could look into loading signage just for deliveries, that would be great.
Yeah, noted.
Thanks for that, Karen.
Could I make a comment? It's Paul.
Yes, please. Go ahead, Paul.
Thank you. Thanks, Karen, for this is a wonderful presentation, and it's exciting to see all of these interventions that you're proposing. Yeah, I live on Sharon Street, and having the open street has been like really delightful. I've kind of seen the street transform over the past 2 years and become more active with pedestrian use and kids and everything. And so it's nice to see us kind of take the next step toward improving the street. And as Eric mentioned, GREC and other groups have been working on these kind of safety issues around the park for, I think, around 15 years or something. So we appreciate the attention on this area. I especially like the curb extension neck downs at the entrances to the park, like at the end of Debevoise and at the entrance to Sharon. And I mentioned this before, that it would be nice to do something similar at Olive Street. I understand that will probably take a little bit more community engagement to figure out if that's the right move. But I just want to say that as a member of Friends of Cooper Park, we look forward to working with you on that effort. But everything else looks great, so thank you so much.
Great, thanks. I will note that suggestion too.
Thank you, Paul.
Eric, may I speak?
William.
I'm also like Paul, of Friends of Cooper's Park, and I'm glad you're starting this now because, as you said, what was formerly Greenpoint Hospital, and very soon will be developed by, and we're going to have a lot more people, a lot more cars. So I'm glad we're ahead of the curve instead of behind the curve. So appreciate it. Thank you.
Could I ask a question, Eric? This is Bronwyn.
Go ahead, Bronwyn.
Yeah, Karen, thank you so much for this presentation. I think it's really exciting. My kids used to go to Carrick Montessori, so I'm very familiar with the long battle that's been fought to try and make improvements, particularly at the intersection of Olive and Maspeth. I think the addition of the daylighting considerations and the downs at that corner are just so much needed, and it's great to see. I was curious why there wouldn't have been added additional neck downs and curb extensions on Maspeth at the corner of Morgan Avenue to facilitate that crossing to that corner of the park as well. Thanks.
Sorry, Bronwyn, where?
At the intersection on Maspeth, I understand probably on Morgan, it's a bit more difficult because of the truck route, but on Maspeth, where at the intersection of Morgan.
Yeah, great question. So on the south side of Maspeth Avenue and Morgan Avenue, we looked at putting a curb extension there, but fire trucks can't make the turning radius. So it just limits what we can do. Well, they're able to, at least our preliminary studies indicate that we can make that at going southbound on Maspeth.
Karen, hold on a second. Karen. Okay, everybody else but Karen, mute right now. Thank you. Okay, go ahead, Karen. Thank you.
Yeah, I can repeat. So just to summarize, so yes, great question, Morgan and Maspeth. So on the south side of Maspeth Avenue, on Morgan, we tried proposing a curb extension there, but when we ran the auto turns, which is just basically a preliminary study to see if fire trucks can make the turning radius, it failed. So we just don't have, a fire truck can't make the turning radius, so we can't do that. But we would like to, we want to go back to the drawing board and further study like what other sort of safety improvements we could make at this intersection and along this part of Maspeth.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bronwyn. Any other committee members? Hearing none, I'll go to the public. I believe Frank Lang is on the call. Frank Lang.
Yeah, and thank you. Yeah, I couldn't.
Please go ahead. Thank you.
Yeah, so I'm Frank Lang. I'm the Director of Housing of St. Nick's Alliance. And, we have been implementing with the city the plan to develop, as was mentioned by Will and by Karen, the development of Greenpoint Hospital. And, we think that the traffic calming measures here will be very consistent with what's Maspeth Avenue will have a large sidewalk, almost like a boulevard, because the buildings will be set back very far. And so, this will make crossing over to the park, both at Olive and at Debevoise, really key, because the residents coming out of Cooper Park houses, they need a safe place, and then the coming across. So I think, I just wanted to say that it's very consistent and will be, I'm glad it'll be implemented in the near term so that the neighborhood can benefit from a safer environment earlier.
Thank you, Frank. Any other public members to speak on this item? Can you take down the presentation just so it makes it easier for us to see hands? Great. And I'm going to ask, William, will you do the honors of looking for hands that I can't see?
Yes, I see Mark.
I see. Okay, so let's do this cohesively. So we have Mark. Anybody else with hands raised? Anthony. Joanne. Okay, so we'll sorry, back to my list here. Just bear with me, please. Sorry. Okay, Mark, can I have your last name for the record, please?
Yes, my last name is Woods, Woods. I tried to add it after the fact, and I haven't been able to figure out how to add it to the screen once the call began.
That's fine. We have it now. Thank you. And
Okay,
can you
great.
just move a little closer to the mic? You're a little hard to hear.
Oh, sure.
Thank you. That's better. Thank you.
Okay, so I very briefly, my spouse Mariana Di Giansante and I own a house on the corner of Sharon and Olive, 6 Sharon Street, and we support all of these. We support this site plan and are very grateful to all of you who have been working on it. We moved in just at the start of the pandemic, and I just wanted to say thank you, and that's all.
Short sweet. Thank you very much, Mark. I think we had Anthony next, and Anthony, I think I had your name.
Yeah, it's Goikolea.
Goikolea.
Yeah.
Okay, we got you.
So I'm basically piggybacking off of Mark. I also live on Sharon, and I think all of these proposals are really great, particularly daylighting the corners at Sharon and Olive, and then again, all of the proposed measures at Olive and Maspeth, because those are 2 areas that have always been difficult to cross at. A lot of cars, if they don't see a person walking that way, they don't even stop. So the visibility is key. I also wanted to throw in just a small ancillary bid for our crosswalk, either at the end of Sharon Street, across Morgan, or at the exit of the park. It's across from that shop called Meble. I think it's like a Polish furniture shop. Just because there's a lot of people that work in those buildings. I'm one of them, and going back and forth between the park or even just trying to get on that side of town with all the truck
You know,
traffic.
Anthony, you cut out at the very.
Oh, okay. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
Yes, Anthony. Go
Okay.
ahead.
I was just saying that a crosswalk across Morgan, either at Sharon or at that exit from the park that's across from Meble, which is like a Polish furniture shop, would be really beneficial, because a lot of people that work over there, myself included, we try to cross and it's a truck route, and it doesn't have to be a stop sign or anything, but just, you know, an area where maybe people might even slow down or wave you through or something. Right now it's like playing Frogger. So I just wanted to throw in a bid for that as well.
Okay, thank you. Noted.
Thank you, Anthony. Once you've spoken, if you can take your hand down, that would be great. Person I believe is Joanne Lee. Is that right?
Hey, my name's Joanne, and I'm here with my sister Maggie, and we both grew up on Sharon Street and have lived there our whole lives. Speaking for myself, I'm really happy to see that there are a lot of traffic calming measures being implemented around Cooper Park, because I do remember, for example, when our block was 2-way and there were kids that were injured from crazy traffic measures. So it's really nice to see some improvements, particularly ones that are slowing down traffic, given that we are a heavily trafficked park and there has been a lot more visitors to Cooper Park during the pandemic as well. One thing that I think we talked about earlier in some of the visioning sessions was maybe adding a bike lane down Olive Street, because I know like currently for cyclists that are trying to enter Sharon from the west side of the neighborhood, it's kind of impossible, right? You go down Maspeth and you either have to go the wrong way down Olive, or you go on Metropolitan, which is just not a very safe place to bike. So I'm curious if there's any discussion there.
Yeah. Hi, my name's Maggie, and I second everything Joanne says. I think these are some great proposals. I'm particularly a fan of all the added crosswalks on Olive, on the Sharon side, and on the Maspeth side. The Maspeth side is notoriously difficult to cross, especially for all the kids going to school. And as somebody who takes all modes of transportation, I walk, I bike, and I drive, I think these measures would be beneficial to all. I do have one minor concern. I think losing 5 parking spots on Sharon would be difficult for the residents on the eastern half of the block here, since we don't have the driveway. The people on the western half of the block have an alleyway that they can move the car. And I know, like, especially after work times or on the weekend when the park's very busy, I would come home and not have a place to park, and I would waste gas and time and carbon dioxide to find parking. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I'll take a closer look at the parking and see if there's a way that we may be able to locate some of these hubs in areas that, yeah, if that's possible. And then in terms of the bike lane, that's something I can pass on to our bike group. I know that there are plans for more bike lanes. I think they're south and east, but again, that's something that that I would need to check with our bike group about that. So.
Okay, thank you. Any other public? Okay, seeing none, and I will ask William if he sees any, but I see none. Okay, great. Thank you for the presentation. I understand that because these are safety improvements, there is no need for a vote, and that wouldn't happen until September anyway. And I've personally been involved in this planning for a while, and I know a lot of people have really done a lot of hard work on this. I appreciate DOT's efforts in this location, and look forward to seeing these implemented. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Great. Okay, moving on. Item number 2 is Broadway at Lorimer Street pedestrian safety improvements. I will ask Rhonda to again introduce Mr. Cole Gajalj. You'll have to pronounce that for me. I apologize.
It's July. You're not the first one that has hard time to read it.
July, got you. Okay.
Yes. And I'm gonna turn on the video so at least you know who's speaking. So.
Okay.
Okay, let me try sharing now. Are you being able to see this?
Yep, we got you.
Okay, this is a very small project,
Okay.
and we've been doing
Sir,
this.
just before you go ahead, those of you watching, it's especially with the presentations up, WebEx is a little clunky. So if you can not only mute but also turn off your cameras, just because it makes the platform work a little bit better. Okay, thank you, sir. You can go ahead.
Okay, so this is a very small project, and we've been making these improvements on Broadway for a few years now. Predominantly pedestrian safety improvements. This is, let me just see if this moves on. Okay, looks like, okay, so it's basically why we're doing exactly this intersection. We did one last year at Broadway and Rodney, and this is smaller than that. First, Broadway is a Vision Zero priority corridor because although it's a narrow street, has experienced a lot of crashes. It's under elevated subway. This crossing that I'm going to show after is a long crossing. It's about 145 in one side, 150 on the other side. Depends how we measure it, and it's the crosswalk is separated into by two small concrete islands and obstructed by subway columns. So on both islands there is a subway column. It's a complex intersection and had experienced 28 crashes in 5 years with 1 severe injury. Okay, so this is the area. I mean, this is just generally to show if someone doesn't know exactly where it's located. It's just a few blocks east of Union Avenue. This is how this intersection looks like. Obviously, on top of Broadway comes elevated subway. So on your aerials, you wouldn't see the roadway like this, but this is how it is in reality. So we are talking about this crosswalk right here, which is like 150. It's between 145 and 150. I put here 150 actually, but and like as you can see, there is a concrete island right here. There's another one right here. It's not very comfortable to cross here. And we've been asked by Division of Traffic Signals to look at it because from the signal standpoint, they couldn't do much. And we looked at it, we conducted traffic counts, we looked at crash data and decided to do a little bit of improvement there because much more is not possible to do. These are the conflicts that you can see here. The yellow, the blue arrows show here the directions of traffic turning right, and we didn't even know that this is. We always thought that the right turns always make the right here, but after we collected data and used video recording to do it, we saw that some of them, about 10% actually, even now go around the island here. So if you're crossing here, basically, and you have to watch this movement right here, but once you're here, you have to watch for the other one here. So the treatment was what you probably see on Broadway at several intersections now to close this slip right there with truffle paint and flexible delineators. It's quick, it's cheap, and it's effective. Right turns would be forced to go around this small island right here. We may have to shift. I put about 2 feet, 2 to 3 feet, this double yellow, but because this is a fairly wide lane, that wouldn't be a problem. What would that do? Basically, would make it safer by making the about 37 to 38 feet would be short in the crossing here. It would add this pedestrian space right there, and it would normalize operation, as I said, once we eliminate this right turn, which is from even if nothing else, because of the geometry, the right turns really make these turns quick. As we go around the island, they're forced to slow down. If this probably explains something what I showed before. So close it right here. We would have delineators on both sides. We would leave it for street cleaning. So sanitation vehicles could get. And I think this is good because you see two ladies with strollers right there now. I mean, they wouldn't have to. This would be an area where they could actually stand and they would start crossing, going west from here. Or once they come east, once they reach this point, they would be safe. They wouldn't have to watch for this. As I said, it's easy, it's cheap, and it's very effective. I mean, pretty much everything we've done proved to be a good pedestrian safety treatment. So we would need community board feedback on this. To be honest now, not sure if we can do it this year, but if it's not this year, it will be early next spring, because there is last 2 3 years some of our projects that moves from year to year, so we could accommodate what's happening last couple of years with COVID and everything. And that's all.
Okay, thank you, Mr. July. Just a question about, by closing that slip, is there any conflict with emergency vehicles, ambulances, or particularly fire trucks making that hard left, hard right?
No, that's we checked that. This still has to be scrutinized by fire department and by all the agencies. First, they can make the turn around this island, and secondly, these are delineators for plastic delineators. So in case of emergency, they can just go over them if it comes down to that.
Okay. Did I understand that you said that FDNY has already looked this over?
No, they did not for this one, but every year we have a meeting for all the street improvement projects with them, and they look at it and they approve it.
When is the meeting? When is the meeting with FDNY or NYPD scheduled for this location?
Well, for this location, it's not, because again, as I said, this will most likely be implemented next year, next spring, and that would probably be early next year.
Okay, and you said you're looking for community board feedback. Does that imply that
Yes.
you will need a vote at some point?
I am not sure, probably Rhonda would know that better than
I
we do
realize you
usually
don't need a
because
vote at this time, but will that be forthcoming? Will you need that in the future, Rhonda?
I would think not, as long as it meets all the criteria for the emergency response. But, you know, that's not to say if some valid concern is brought to our attention, I mean, you know, to prevent us from doing it or something, I mean, we would consider any concerns that are brought to our attention, and we're not done studying it. So, but when it comes to increasing public safety, I think we're reverting more to the advisory role of the community board.
Okay. All right. Well, then in that case, I will wait for DOT to do its due diligence, and maybe Rhonda will have a conversation about perhaps scheduling it for later this year, or if that's appropriate. Just for a review on, you know, what FDNY said, and just to give the board a chance to send any comments.
Sure, and that's fine.
Okay, and just overall, I was just on that intersection last week, and it is super chaotic. I mean, I know that intersection already, but just that I had to, you know, travel that way recently. It's pretty fresh in my mind how horrible it is. Just as a driver, as a pedestrian, and you can say that about quite a few of the intersections along that Broadway corridor under the J. But I think I hope this will help, and definitely reducing a 145-foot crossing down to this is going to be an improvement. If you could please take the presentation down, and then we'll recognize board members for any questions or comments.
Is it down?
It is down, thank you.
Okay.
Any board members seeking recognition? Board members can just, or committee members can just speak out, but otherwise, please raise your hand. Was that Paul?
Yeah. Hi, Eric.
Okay, go ahead, Paul.
Yeah, just a question about this. The last presentation included the use of planters and granite blocks to sort of harden these spaces. Is that on the table for this intervention too?
It may be. We would talk to the people that if it's possible, if there is enough space there, and the other thing is that we would have to find a maintenance partner for that. So, but it definitely we're gonna investigate that.
Okay. Is there maintenance for the granite boulders?
These are not granite boulders. These are plastic delineators that we use.
No, but I'm saying if you do put boulders, I guess it's just about like sweeping around them and that kind of thing.
I wouldn't be able to answer you that question.
I think what he's asking is if we were to consider using granite blocks, would we require a maintenance partner?
Oh, yes, in that case, yes, because someone has to clean it, you know, it's always collects garbage. And so typically if that maintenance is required, we would have to know that who's going to be maintaining it.
Thank you. Paul, anything else? Any other committee members? Okay, hearing none. Jerry, do you have anything? Okay, no comments. So that will close this item. Item number 2 is now closed. Thank you very much for the presentation.
There's a hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you,
it looks
Rhonda.
like Juan.
Sorry.
Sarah had a question.
Yes.
Okay, so hang on. So I see. Okay, so William, if you could help me, I see Juan, I see Kevin, I see Salem. Okay, so we'll do Juan, Kevin, and then Salem.
That's it, 3.
Okay, Juan, can I get your last name, please?
Sure. It's Serra, Serra.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was wondering, I really like this project, but the flexible delineators are proven not to be not to protect people from cars crashing into them. So I was wondering why flexible delineators are not like fixed bollards or something more that can protect people on the running intersection.
Well, in some cases, in many cases, we use this treatment as an interim treatment, and later on we build it in concrete. But vehicles are not supposed, and they do not enter those areas. I mean, if there is this confusion in the beginning when we started using them, they wouldn't even know if, but now they know this is basically a pedestrian area. It's painted, that has delineators around it, and they do not enter that area.
Well, but we know that cars, our drivers, do not always follow the rules. And if we can protect people from the start, that would be better than just trying and hoping that a car doesn't crash into the pedestrian.
Well, I certainly understand. I mean, this is not something that would, if a car enters the area, protect it. But again, I mean, it's a violation of rules. I mean, it's just basically like you making a left turn and you don't yield to a pedestrian. That's a violation of the traffic rules. So it's easy to install them. It's easy to remove them. It's easy to replace them. And so far, from what we know, they do in the job. So.
Okay, it's easy to knock down as well. That's what I was trying to say. Thank you.
Yeah, I understand. That's certainly true.
Thank you. I'm sorry. I think Kevin Lachera was next.
Yeah, I just want to concur with Juan. This is you said how long is this crossing for folks?
It's roughly between 145 and 150.
So it's a 150-foot crossing.
Yes. And it's split in three parts. That's even makes it even worse because
right.
And then
so it's we're asking folks to cross 1.5 Mcguinness boulevards, you know, and we're giving them gravel paint and plastic flaps. You know, I mean, I do think that, I mean, you might have more faith in drivers following the rules than I do. But, you know, the plastic delineators on the Greenpoint Avenue Bridge were gone within weeks of being installed. The plastic delineators at the Bedford Slip were destroyed constantly. Plastic delineators across the city are disregarded by trucks and cars all the time. So, I mean, I think that this reduces that crossing by 38 feet, which is, you know, a third, you know, a quarter. It needs boulders. You know, if we can't have planters, let's have boulders. You know, I think that the idea that we got to have someone specifically go and clean the boulders off to stop those ladies with their strollers from getting pancaked by a truck, you know, and that we got to wait till 2023 to do it. You know, I just think that that's absurd. No offense to you. I just think that DOT should go drop the rocks in that space and do it now.
Well, we may. I didn't say that we won't. We do that certainly. You know, for this specific area, I mean, we have procedures, and there are people who are in charge of that, and they investigate and look at it. But that's not something that.
And if someone is killed or grievously injured there, that process will happen much faster. You know, I think that's you know, that's what we're getting at here. So thank you.
Thank you, Kevin.
No
Salam
problem.
Halal.
Hey there. I just want to concur with what everybody has said, both Juan and Kevin. You know, to start, I feel like I've seen too many plastic delineators just like, you know, get pancaked by whatever car. I also live right around this area, so that's how I kind of get to the JMZ stop right there. So it's like kind of a nice thing to see this intersection getting some attention for sure. You know, besides the obvious questions about the plastic delineators and, you know, maybe doing something more hardened there instead, has there been any considering about a mid-block crossing a little bit further north? That at the very least would keep people from having to walk across learning lanes and things of that nature. It's kind of what I do every time I have to get to that station is I just run across the street because it's easier to do it there than it is to do it at the actual crosswalk. And also I'll toss in that since I live in the area, I will happily clean up any boulders myself. You can let me do that and I will do it happily.
Well, I'll take a note of your offer. So in case we do something, then I will definitely give you a call. But as far as mid-block crossing, I mean, these blocks are relatively short, and you need to install if there is a mid-block crossing has to be signalized, obviously, and the signals can't be that close because of traffic issues and coordination. So I understand certainly, and being involved with Broadway for about 12, 13 years, I know that jaywalking is a big problem there. So it's a tough thing to really solve there because it's, as I said, blocks are not that long. People don't like to go from one side to the other, but if you have specifically which block is that, I mean, we can take a look at it, but I'm just saying the reason that's not easy to do.
That one right there, the one north of Lorimer and Broadway, that intersection right there.
Okay.
Would it have to be signalized?
Yes, if pedestrians cross, yes.
Thank you. I believe the next speaker is Yafim. Am I saying that correctly?
It's Yafim. You're almost there. Thank you.
Okay, can I get your last name?
Yeah, my last name is Vedernikov, Vedernikov. And I wanted to say that I bike down that intersection all the time. I always get the city bikes from Warmer and DeVoe and then bike down Warmer to Crown Heights and cross Broadway. It's always terrifying and a lot of fun to, not get hit by cars there. I want to just emphasize the boulders would be awesome, and thank you for reducing the sidewalk and making it safe. And thank you.
Thank you very much. I have Jackson. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. And the last name is Chabot, Chabot.
Thank you.
So I just want to highlight what the previous three speakers have said as well, and emphasize the need for either planters or boulders. And then additionally, I'd like to point out that we have a systemic issue in our city that we require maintenance partners for safety improvements. And as Kevin pointed out, this would be much more expedient if someone were to be hit or killed at this intersection. And I would hate for that to be the case after we've had this conversation on record now and can actively avoid that situation. Thank you.
Thank you, Jackson. Let's see. I don't see any other hands. William.
One more is Casey.
Casey, okay. Casey, is that Casey Coons?
I sent a clapping reaction.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
I believe.
Okay, thank you. Okay, last call for public speakers on the item. Okay, seeing none, we will move on to the fun part of our meeting. Okay, thanks again, Mr. July, for the presentation. Look forward to a follow-up meeting sometime at the end of the year on what the result of the emergency services meeting had and what improvements we're going to be looking at for hopefully next summer.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, next is the Mcguinness Boulevard preliminary, right? And I emphasize preliminary design review and discussion. Mr. Zach Weich, sorry for mispronouncing that.
I say Weich, but
I have a lot of
Weich?
friends that say
Got
Weich
you.
with more of an
We'll
SH.
do
I say with CH, like ending a radio or something.
Weich. Got you. Okay. All right, sir, you are recognized to make the presentation.
Okay.
And I just want to, just because I know there is a lot of, I have over, I lost count actually, but it's somewhere in the range of like 50 emails regarding this this proposal. Just want to emphasize this is a preliminary design. So I know people are going to want to, you know, say their piece. I will ask everyone to listen carefully and just be polite and conscientious when it comes to the speaking section. And we just need to maintain decorum. We all are going to be dealing with this Mcguinness Avenue when it's all said and done. So let's just be civil at this stage and all stages, but especially at this stage because it is, as I say, preliminary. Okay. So with that, go ahead, Mr. Weich. Did we lose you?
No, I'm here. I'm trying to figure out share this correctly.
Oh, okay, sure.
Okay.
Yeah. WebEx is always a challenge.
Yeah. No, not that one. Okay, I guess I'll do it this way.
And just one other thing. So if you have your camera on, please turn it off. It just makes the presentations less clunky on WebEx platform. And also, if you're not muted, look at your little microphone icon and mute yourself. Okay, thank you. Please go ahead.
Okay, so thank you, Eric. So we're here for the preliminary redesign of Mcguinness Boulevard. I wanted to do like a little quiz here or something like that, but I can't see the chat. But if people try to put in your head where you think maybe this intersection is that the photo is of the cover, and keep it in mind as we go through the presentation. Okay. So we have a lot of introductory slides and some background and things like that. But the first story we wanted to talk about is that this presentation is for the design of the in-house project that DOT is working on. So this is what most of the projects that you hear about DOT working on, they're all mostly in-house. They're done with paint and they're done with plastic delineators, sometimes jersey barriers, things like that. So these are projects that we could work on very quickly compared to the capital process, which could take 10 years or more at times. But the capital project does allow us to change the entire right of way. It lets us raise sidewalks, move things around, like you could see on this Allen Pike capital project, that there's a whole space made here with plantings and things like that. And that is what that $39 million is for. So when people talk about the funding of this project, the $39 million is for the capital project. But today we're talking about the in-house project that is not using the same money. But it is, the capital project will be informed by the in-house project that we're talking about today. So it's all part of a chain of events and they're all linked, but the in-house project also could be more quickly modified if there's changes that need to be made. Okay, so for the background on Mcguinness Boulevard, I mean, from the amount of emails you got, I'm pretty sure a lot of people here are pretty familiar with it, but there have been 3 people killed in the last 10 years on Mcguinness Boulevard. Oh, I think we got someone that didn't mute.
All right, whoever Paul is, Paul, you must mute your mic, please. You're interrupting the meeting. Oh, Paul is muted. Okay, let's go. Okay.
So 3 people have been killed on Mcguinness Boulevard in the past 10 years. And after the most recent hit and run, DOT put in a few immediate safety provisions, which were the new crosswalk at Bayard Street and changing the nighttime signal length. And then even more recently, a lot of left turn calming and even one right turn calming was installed to slow down turning cars along the corridor. And then at the same time, there's the ongoing installation along Meeker Avenue that will in the future be a nice walking and bicycling path that we should keep in mind as we think about redesigning this corridor. So, oh, gotta click. Okay. So over the past year, we did a bunch of outreach. So we did 3 workshops, with one of them being in Polish with full Polish translation. And then since not everyone can make a Zoom meeting or a WebEx meeting, we also sent the street ambassadors out for a few days to go to hot spots and talk to people on the street. And we got a lot of comments from that also. We also met with 2 industrial business groups, and we met with the Make Mcguinness Safe Coalition, who did their own outreach and collected all their own comments, and they presented us their findings in March. And then at the same time, we had this online feedback map that now I just changed this number today to 744 comments. So we had a lot of comments from people, and we tried to sift through the comments and see what people were saying. So there's a bunch of slides in here about what we heard, but this is the big generic one. So the first part is we looked at where the comments were. So the comments were at lots of the uncomfortable intersections, like up near the Pulaski Bridge and down near Meeker Avenue, and then also the places where people are a lot, like Nassau Avenue, like Greenpoint Avenue, and also that correlates with uncomfortable intersections too, but just some of the hotspots are seen in the map there. The most talked about comment topic was about walking improvements, and then it went into aggressive driving, biking improvements, loading issues. People also had driving improvement requests, which I think sticks out a little bit, but as I'll talk about later, a lot of those are actually about visibility. So it's about not being able to see people coming down the street or people walking. Then we got a fun little word cloud of all the words that people wrote. So I'm going to break down the comments into
hold on, Zach. Rosemary, I hear you cooking, and I need you to mute your mic. Thank you. Okay. Please continue.
Okay, so the first category of comments is about walking and using mobility devices. So from a lot of people, we heard that it feels like a neighborhood boundary, that Mcguinness feels unsafe, that a lot of people have seen or experienced close calls or even the crashes themselves. And there was a lot of concern about people moving slower and it being difficult for them to cross the street in time. And then there's our more technical side. So we collected the comments, but then we come back to the office and stare at a lot of data and video and things like that and have to draw up the street. So one of the things that we identified on the more technical side is that there's long crossings. Again, a lot of Mcguinness Boulevard is about 76 feet. And while there's technically enough crossing time, it still means that you have to stand on the corner for a very long time because the timing is mostly prioritized to move vehicles down Mcguinness Boulevard. And then there's also that there's no islands in the middle at many of the intersections. This means that if you're crossing and you get caught while the light changes, you end up standing in the middle of the street, and it's not even a place with a ramp where you could bring up a stroller or a wheelchair or something. Another sort of comment that we got was about that if people just wait for the light and cross at the right time, then they'll be fine. But one of the things that sticks out on McGuinness Boulevard is that the top crash type for pedestrian injuries is failure to yield. So and most people are getting hurt when they're crossing at the right time. So that's something to keep in mind, that even when people are doing the right thing.
Sorry, Zach. Zach, hold on, please. Okay, whoever is 9178 blah 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 ends in 010, you must mute your phone. Anyone on a phone right now? Anyone on a phone right now, please mute your microphone. Please, please, please. Thank you. Go ahead, Zach.
Okay, thanks, Eric. I think I was done with this slide. So, yeah, failure to yield. Okay. Then we heard comments from the driving perspective, cars and trucks. So people talked about how Mcguinness Boulevard is an important route for businesses and for local residents. And then people also talked about the speeding and the visibility issues, which came from people walking and people driving, the visibility issues along Mcguinness Boulevard. On the more technical side, we have other slides that go into even more detail than this, but we did a lot of traffic counts, and one of the things that sticks out on a corridor perspective is that there's high volumes throughout the entire daytime. From morning to night, the volumes are high, but then at night it drops off very significantly, which means that there's a wide roadway that was meant for more vehicles, but at night it's open and has the potential for speeding, which is what people were also saying in the comments. It also is a little notable that while there's little peaks in the morning and the evening, it kind of just stays high throughout the day with some variation, but not as significant as some other places. And then there's the bicycling perspective. So we heard from people that it felt unsafe, or it is unsafe to bike on the street, and that if they were going to bike on the street, they'd want complete separation from cars and trucks. The other comment that came up was a few times was difficulty getting to the Pulaski Bridge entrance, how it's kind of hard to get to the bridge, and it's a place that people want to take their bikes. From a technical side, sitting in the office looking at the bicycle map, there is a lack of north-south connections to Meeker Avenue and to the Pulaski Bridge as a sort of continuous route. The closest continuous north-south route is all the way at Franklin, which is very far on the west side of Greenpoint, and the whole east side doesn't really have a route that goes north and south through the neighborhood. And then we also know the sort of circuitous route to get around to the Pulaski Bridge entrance is you have to pass Freeman Street and go on Eagle and then come back around and do all these U-turns, which is something that we've actually been looking at for a while. If you can notice this picture to the right here, which is before one of the new apartments buildings got built. So we looked deeper at Freeman Street and the Pulaski Bridge entrance. So one of the big things that comes out is this lack of a crossing at the bus stops there, which if people notice from the cover, that was where the photo was, if you were still trying to figure it out. But there's a lack of crossing at Freeman Street where the B32 and B62 stop. And there's also just a lot of complex movements going on here, a lot of merging. There's even like an ongoing theme of people on bicycles going up the street the wrong way to get to the bridge entrance the easiest way. So this is something we definitely need to keep in mind when designing the street. The other big intersection to really focus on is between Bayard Street and Meeker Avenue at the BQE ramp. There's just a whole side that doesn't have a sidewalk or any way to cross along that side. People end up walking in the little strip there in the street if they really want to get across on that side of the street. It's also just a wide open ramp that is very highway-like for a residential neighborhood like Greenpoint. So this is another place that we need to keep in mind when redesigning the street. I'm gonna have some water real quick. Wow, this is a second. Okay. And then, okay, before we get into the full proposal, we got a little bit of a different slide for everyone. Some of the comments that we received about Mcguinness were some were questioning, like, why are there so many gas stations? Why is the street so wide? Why does it not feel like it's part of the neighborhood? other people would say McGuinness has always been like this. This is meant for traffic. You know, this is just what it is. But there's a history to McGuinness Boulevard, just like all the streets in Brooklyn and New York City. So we just want to talk a little bit about the history to maybe put some things in perspective. So pre-1954, Oakland Street was a pretty small street, and that's the name of what McGuinness was before it became McGuinness Boulevard. And if you could see in this picture on the bottom left, and you could see PS 34, you could see the corner right across the street. It was a street just about the same width as any other street in Greenpoint. But with the Pulaski Bridge being moved, well, the new bridge being moved from Manhattan Avenue to then Oakland Street, Oakland Street was then widened in a few stages, and in the last part, it was even taken from Driggs to Meeker, which was then the BQE, and it was a lot of buildings were knocked down to make what we now know as McGuinness Boulevard, which was named that in 1963. So, I mean, like I said, a lot of streets have a long history, but McGuinness Boulevard has quite a complex one, and it hasn't always been like it was. So, and things do change, but at the same time, it was made to connect the bridge to the BQE in the way that it does today. So it just, you know, that's where all this discussion probably comes from any changes over time. So we're going to get into the proposal now. So the first part of us working on proposal was to try to figure out what would happen if we removed a travel lane, which is a general part of the way the DOT operates, but usually when we do it, we say that we can fit a similar amount of vehicles in one less travel lane, which on McGuinness Boulevard, we cannot say. There's about 1,000 to 1,300 vehicles going down the street during peak hours and during a lot of the day. And that's a lot more than the capacity for one travel lane on each direction. If from the data that we collected, if we were going to shrink it down to one lane in each direction, it would mean that there'd be congestion and that people would have to find other places to go, either on alternative routes, or we also heard a lot of concern about people going on local streets. So that is a possibility. It would also mean that we couldn't tweak the signal timings as much because we'd be really affecting car and truck traffic by reducing the street to one lane. Okay, and then part of when we talk about vehicles and removing lanes and things, another thing that comes up is like who's using the street. So one of the big things is that McGuinness Boulevard is a truck route, but even though it is a truck route, it's actually not. Most of the vehicles on McGuinness Boulevard aren't trucks. Through the counts, there's about 100 trucks an hour during most of the day, which means that a lot of the other vehicles are personal vehicles or much smaller vehicles. So that's something to just think about as we talk about like traffic analysis. Like DOT does not want to change McGuinness Boulevard from being a truck route, but at the same time, most of the vehicles on the street are not trucks. But we would like to keep the trucks on the route.
Zach, just to interrupt you, just for clarification, when you say truck, what range are we talking? Box truck all the way up to tractor trailer? I just want to be clear for.
Yeah, we classify, when we do traffic counts, we classify it as car, bus, truck. And so truck is, from like a small delivery truck to big truck.
Got it. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Okay, so the other question that we get is where are vehicles going? There's and while from the cell phone data and traffic counts, we would say that most of the vehicles along McGuinness Boulevard are either starting in Greenpoint or leaving from Greenpoint. There is a significant amount that is using it as a cut-through route, is what people would assume. And from what we've analyzed so far, the southbound side of the street has a little bit more of that cut through traffic that's going from the BQE to south of Bayard Street. And then at the same time, as we keep talking about lane removal and we try to think about alternate routes, there's sort of very limited alternate routes that people could take. There's the Brooklyn Queens Expressway, there's the Long Island Expressway, and then there's local streets. And so alternative routes would have to be some sort of mix of that. So what we wanted to show today was 3 different ways that the street could be designed. And we're really hoping to get some feedback off of this because there's a lot of opinions and yeah, we wanted to hear what people thought of it. So we're going to go through 3 designs here, and then there's even some extra things that are not about the corridor design. It's about very specific places. So I'm going to go through a bit of that. How's my time? Okay. So for the first, the potential design A is to leave 2 travel lanes in each direction, but add a protected bicycle lane where the parking is, and not have parking during the daytime, but then add the parking overnight, which I'll go into more detail, but just so you can see this cross section. So the second potential design is to just remove a travel lane in each direction and keep all the parking, and add protected bicycle lanes on each side of the street. And then the third potential design, C, is to remove a travel lane just on the southbound side and then put a 2-way bicycle lane on the southbound side, but also remove the parking due to things being sort of tight. And I should say now, the first, because of the prior slides and saying that vehicles would have to find other routes, our current analysis means that we could implement A with the current analysis, but with B and C, it would require some more time for us to work through the extra work for saying where other vehicles would go and the impacts that would cause. So I'm going to talk more about A. So this would not remove a travel lane full time, but it would remove parking during the day. This would discourage speeding at nighttime when there's that volume drop off of vehicles, so that it'd be a smaller roadway at night, and it would create a protected bicycle lane. And because we realized there wouldn't be parking along the street at night, we would want to work with local businesses to put loading zones on the corners, right on the side streets, so that people could still get to their businesses and load. And did I miss anything? Oh, okay. Sorry. I probably should very strictly say this is, so when we say like remove the parking, what we change the signs to is no standing 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. So that would be during the whole daylight, pretty much. There'd be 2 travel lanes in each direction. But actually 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. leads into the next part of this, which is like a lot of these designs and these cross sections that we're showing you are, this is thinking of the street spatially. There's also the time on the street. There's the time it takes to cross, the time you're standing there. And by leaving the same amount of travel lanes, we would be able to change the signal timing a lot, which if we made the signal half for Mcguinness and half for the side street, which it's not very close to right now, we would give people a lot more time to cross, a lot less time that they'd have to wait to cross the street, and it would shift the street from feeling like it's a highway where it's just flowing for most of the day. It would also add some extra time to the cross streets, which would allow for bus operations that cross Mcguinness Boulevard to have better operation, and generally just humanize the scale of Mcguinness Boulevard. So that's part of that first potential design. So the potential design B would be to remove a travel lane in each direction of the street, which, as you're saying, would have a pretty significant traffic impact, and people would have to find other routes, and we'd have to study things a little bit more. But at the same time, we'd be reducing crossing distances, which I think was one of the big comments that was coming out of the workshop. and it would keep most of the parking and loading space. Although, while it would keep the parking and loading space, in a situation where someone would try to load or someone breaks down in the one travel lane that's remaining, it would mean that the street would be at a standstill if someone stopped. So that's something to think about as we sift through these designs. So this doesn't really provide space for people to pull over. And it would also keep the pedestrian and waiting and crossing times all the same. But it would also have a pretty simple signal timing and have protected bicycle lanes and islands and things like that. So there's a lot of advantages and disadvantages. So there's also the last potential design, which is C, which is just to remove parking and a travel lane on one side of the street on the southbound side, which would still have a traffic impact. And we'd still need to do some additional analysis, but it would also come with the shortening the crossing distances and adding a protected bicycle lane. But one of the disadvantages that is maybe a little bit more complex than some people think about is that by adding a bicycle lane going pretty much the wrong way up the street on the southbound side, we'd have to do a lot more complex signal timing, which means that that's a whole another part to not being able to help the crossing time of Mcguinness itself. There'd be a lot of time that'd have to be fit into allowing bikes to go and holding turns and things like that. So there is that difficulty. This would avoid causing backup on the northbound side and directly onto the BQE. It would be towards the Pulaski Bridge. And it would still come with islands, and we try to put in curb extensions, things like that. There's also since there's not really enough room to put the two-way and two travel lanes, there would be a fair amount of space for someone to pull over in an emergency and still have vehicles go around them. So that is one of the advantages of this design. Okay, I guess you could always go back with questions. Okay, so then on top of those corridor designs, there's also these additional upgrades that we want to present to you and get feedback on. So the first one is to put median tips with pedestrian space at some of the left turn bays, but this would mean we'd have to ban some of the left turns where we did this. So there's quite a few turns where there's nowhere for people to stand in the middle or not in an ADA accessible way. And so we identified 3 places, which one is Nassau Avenue, which is the priority intersection, meaning that it has very high injuries comparatively to all of Brooklyn. And then the other 2 are at Driggs and at Engert, which have very skewed intersections. It's part of that part of Mcguinness that slices diagonal through the grid. And so it's very wide, and so this would give people a place to stand, but it would mean that we'd have to ban the turn, but we could paint in pedestrian space and give people a place to stand when they're crossing the street if they don't make it in time. So that's one additional upgrade. And okay, and then there's the intersection at between Bayer Street to Meeker Avenue. So we'd like to add pedestrian and bicycle space here on the west side so that people could get south and north, I guess, depending on which way you're going. And we'd also like to slow down the turns approaching the BQE on-ramp. So this is a really draft design, but we're working on it. This is also between Bayard and Engert is the one section of Mcguinness Boulevard where there's 3, actually all the way to Meeker, where there's 3 travel lanes, which this is the one place where we are able to remove travel lanes without significantly impacting traffic and where people go. So this is the one place where this sort of island and protected bicycle lane will fit without causing any other issues. So the next intersection is at Freeman Street, which this is actually a bit of an exciting announcement, which is that we can signalize the Freeman Street crossing It's something internally in DOT we've been trying to do quite a bit, and I know there's been letters and things requesting this too. So we would like to announce that we can signalize this. We've gotten all the internal approvals so that people could cross to the bus stop and get across. But at the same time, we would like to redesign the whole intersection. So we'd like to install a bus boarding island and try to simplify all these interactions that are weaving across each other at Freeman and Eagle. And at the same time, we'd like to accommodate that northbound bicycle movement. And there's a lot of room at this intersection, so everything can kind of fit. But we're still working on the design exactly, but we're very excited to change this intersection and make it a little less complex. And then on top of all this, as I said at the start, there's the capital improvements, which would mean things like widening the sidewalk, changing the median, raising bike lanes, even bigger traffic studies of area-wide traffic studies. So all these things could be capital improvements, but and use the capital money, that $39 million. But like I said, that's a way longer timeline, and we'd like to do things even quicker than that. So for next steps, we want to refine the proposal based on what we hear back from everyone. And we want to present some updates in the fall. This year, we can install these median tip extensions and ban the left turns if people are into that. And then in 2023, there's the in-house corridor installation, which we're still working on what exactly that would be, but we'd hope to be able to do it next year. So, and then after that comes the whole capital project. So with that, I just want to go into questions. I went a little long, so thanks for listening. But
okay. Thank you very much, Zach. Okay.
Should I pull this off the screen, or should I?
Yeah, well, you'll probably have to bring it back up again, so just have that ready to go. But
Eric Liquor Wrestler has his hand.
Okay. All right, one second. Okay, just a reminder, we're going to go into question and answer. We will hear from committee members, board members first. Then Gina, please mute. Thank you. And then we'll go into the public. I will ask Jerry to call the names as they appear on the sheet that we got. At that point, I will open it up to public people that were not able to sign up in advance. And we'll go through it that way. I will again remind everyone that this is a preliminary plan. I would like everyone to be respectful of everyone else. There will be no personalities. And we're just going to keep it civil and pause and, make your statement. You will have 1 minute, and that is a hard minute because we have so many speakers on this item. So consider that before you speak, that you have 1 minute. Okay. Just to keep the meeting flowing, to make sure that people are heard. I understand that there's a lot of excitement, energy, ambivalence, upset about this plan, but we need to, keep it orderly and civil. So I hope everyone can appreciate that statement and will abide by it. And if you interrupt, if you go on past a minute, you will be muted or at best removed from the meeting, just like you would at a public meeting where you were sitting in the audience at a city council meeting or anything like that. Okay, it's the same process. Noting that, we will go to Lincoln Wrestler, Councilman Lincoln Wrestler, who represents this area. And Lincoln, please go ahead.
Thank you so much, Eric, and thank you to all of the members of the CB1 Transportation Committee and all of the community members who made the time to join us this evening. I just want to say that I'm really quite disappointed in the Department of Transportation and the presentation this evening. Assemblymember Gallagher and I met with DOT multiple times over the last few weeks to go through this in great detail, joined by the offices of Senator Salazar and I believe Kavanaugh and certainly Borough President Reynoso. And there was really strong consensus, certainly from Emily and I and the other elected offices, that maintaining 2 lanes of traffic for all waking hours in both directions does not address the significant safety issues that have plagued Mcguinness Boulevard for far too long. The degree of traffic violence that we experience on Mcguinness is totally unacceptable, and this plan fails to curb it in meaningful ways. And so I think that option A is inadequate, and that I hope the DOT, in addition to extending the time for pedestrians to cross, and of course the signal upgrades at Freeman, which are easy and immediate things that should happen, really go back to the drawing board and take a much harder look at how we can make this street safer. Of course, we need to balance that with preserving our industrial areas and ensuring that vehicles can get in and out to vital businesses in our community, but that in no way prohibits us from making a road diet a reality. And the way that we are going to make this street safer, the way we're going to fully connect the Greenpoint community, is by having less lanes of traffic. And I'm really disappointed that after hearing so clearly from the elected officials in the community, from many thousands of neighborhood residents signing on enthusiastically in support due to the tremendous work of the Make Mcguinness Safe campaign, that still DOT came forward with this presentation tonight. And I really hope that the summer can be a time to go back to the drawing board, to pursue other alternative options, and to keep looking at how we can actually finally make Mcguinness safe. So thank you, Eric, and everyone, and I apologize for jumping the line, but really just wanted to convey my disappointment tonight.
Thank you very much, Lincoln.
Eric, we have 2 committee members, Karen and Branham.
Okay, I'm just going to take the chair's privilege to ask a couple questions first. I noticed in the ABC slide that you had Jersey barriers included. Just wondering, is that now a requirement to put Jersey barriers with protected parking, bike lanes that are parking protected? Zach?
Yeah, sorry. Just flipping, trying to find the right slide. So no, the way that we I shouldn't say no immediately.
Okay, sorry, the 347 number. 3477 blah 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 60. Please mute, or anybody on the phone, just mute your phone. Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Zach.
Okay, so this the design A shows it. The Jersey barriers are there because in this design there'd be a fair amount there'd be half of the day where it'd just be bike lane, Jersey barrier, then car moving. The other designs, well, actually in the two-way one there also is a Jersey barrier. So in general, we do like to use a Jersey barrier when there's a bike lane right next to traffic and there's enough room. Jersey barrier is like 2 feet wide, so you start to get into sweeping problems. We've been, I guess the short answer is we've been trying to use them more and more, but in B, it's not there because it's assumed that there's a parked car there. As just a little response to Councilmember Ressler, we really are not, we're not proposing, I maybe didn't say that perfectly during this, but we're not proposing A as the final solution. We're just showing 3 things. We know that people really don't like the idea of removing all the parking and keeping all the travel lanes. So we understand that concern. So that's why we're showing B and C, and we're just saying it takes a little bit more time for us to analyze things.
Okay, thank you. And then in terms of reducing the number of left-hand turn lanes, the left turn on Engert, anyone that travels, excuse me, Manhattan or Graham Avenue northbound will know that you cannot make a left on Newton, which is the street that kind of comes together into Engert on the east side of Mcguinness. And so, and then there's no other place to make the right to make the left onto Mcguinness because you dead end at Driggs, and then you face the oncoming traffic coming off of Mcguinness to travel down Graham, if you're traveling on Graham, for example. So I realize that there's probably anxiety around removing the left turn lanes, but if the data and the safety show that that is the right thing to do, we'll see that in time. But I just would ask that you look at the angered left as something to keep, or if there's some way to make the Newton left instead, which is it's a smaller pedestrian island. It's not even really, well, I guess you could call it a pedestrian island, but it's kind of a smaller area to make the left rather than angered. Sorry, that's my dog interrupting. But so that's just something to consider. You don't have to comment on that now, but I'll just ask you to add that to your notes. And then just a question on the width of the sidewalk. What is the current, either the average width of the sidewalk in this corridor, or the widest area, or narrowest area? If you know that offhand. Because I know there's been calls for expanding the sidewalk, and I'm just curious how that is.
Yeah, I could very much estimate from looking at the street a lot of times, but it's probably about 10 feet, but then there's the tree pit, so that really makes it only like 5 feet in a lot of places if you consider that there's things in between, like fire hydrants and things like that. So it's pretty narrow.
Thank you. That's it for me for right now. So we will go with committee members next, and I'll just kind of read what I see here. So we'll do Gina first.
Can you hear me?
Then, yeah,
Wonderful.
Hold on, Gina.
Yes.
Hold on, Gina. Hold on.
No worries.
So we'll do Gina, Bronwyn, Karen.
Yep.
Thank you, Kevin. And we'll go back from there. And just a reminder, please take your hand down after you have spoken. Okay, Gina, you're up.
Yes. Thank you so much for presenting these 3 designs to us, to the whole board and to the community. I'm not ready to comment on which design I would approve of or not approve of, but I do have some other comments to make. I think if we wanted to see some change on Mcguinness Boulevard, what DOT could do is put more lighting up on Mcguinness Boulevard. That would help pedestrians to cross the sidewalks for drivers and etc. And also, I don't agree on removing the left turn lanes. I think what we should do there is probably put a stoplight, so it would help trucks or cars or whatever to turn left and give everyone a chance to cross the street and know which direction that everyone is going in. And another point I wanted to make also is, will these studies be available to the residents and the businesses to have, so they can see the studies and have their input on them? And then what kind of reprieve will DOT give to businesses and residents if they're going to be taking away parking and more pickup and drop off on Mcguinness Boulevard? I mean, the businesses and the residents, their taxes and fines are going up every day, but there's no reprieve. What kind of reprieve is DOT going to give to the businesses and to the residents?
So in terms of studies, what usually the information in these presentations is the main amount that goes public.
But has the average, I understand that, but has the average small business owner and resident,
You're breaking up, Gina, but I think so. Zach, if you could just answer the data that you have pulled together to make these assessments, is that available to the public? How is it accessible to the public?
Zach, I can hop in on that one. So this is Sean Macias, Deputy Director of the Bike Program. The traffic counts we can provide to the CB. And Eric, you can decide how you want to disseminate. That would just be the raw data that this is based on. So that way folks can look at this if they'd like to. And then in terms of the parking reprieve that Ms. Argento mentioned, we do have loading zones as part of our toolkit that we can work with local businesses and stakeholders to identify where their loading needs are and locate them. If it's during the day, during one of these scenarios where the parking is removed, as close on the adjacent street as we could, or, if it is in a scenario where we keep the parking, then somewhere near their business so that it's convenient for them to accept deliveries.
And what about my question regarding more lighting on McGuinness Boulevard and perhaps a light for a left-hand turn?
Yes. So my understanding is that some of these corridors are getting left-hand, like dedicated left turn phases. I think the hurdle there is providing more time for vehicle movements. And the goal here is to provide safety benefits, more time for peds to cross the street, provide them space within the street if they don't make it all the way across Mcguinness. So, thinking of it more through a pedestrian lens, I think we'd want to ask the committee to consider reallocating that left turn phase that we're giving to vehicles to pedestrians to have more time to cross the street.
And lighting?
Lighting, we can certainly will do as part of this assessment. We can do photometric analysis, and if it doesn't meet standards, we can absolutely upgrade the lighting here.
Okay, great, thank you. And now I just lost my list. I think I had Bronwyn next.
Thank you so much, Eric. I'm going to turn my video on and see if it works just to say hi. Thanks so much, Zach, for this presentation. I really appreciate, the DOT taking this project on. Although I do feel similarly to Lincoln in that I'm a bit disappointed with the way some of this data is presented. I wanted to start off with getting an answer to a question, which is to know what the percentage, you mentioned that most of the traffic on Mcguinness is local traffic, but I'd love to know what the percentage of traffic on Mcguinness is cut through traffic.
So we looked at our own data, but we came up with something pretty similar to what was in the North Brooklyn study. That's around 30 to sometimes going up to half to 50% could be cut through traffic, but every day is a little different. But using the same number from the North Brooklyn study, we got something pretty similar.
So that means that 30 to 50% of the cars on McGuinness are entering at Meeker and going straight through to the Pulaski?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. And I think I think your slide said that we'd need to reduce the traffic on McGuinness by 30% to have a functional removal of travel lanes. Is that right?
Yep. Yeah.
That math seems pretty good to me. I have to say that I find what you presented as Plan A to be, if the number one concern from the community in light of all of these deaths and injuries, and obviously this restarted after decades of advocacy after the most recent death last year. But let's just talk about injuries for a second. Like, you gave a statistic about injuries, which if you break it down is that somebody is injured on McGuinness Boulevard every month. We know that there's a crash on McGuinness Boulevard every other day. And those injuries can be anywhere, right? Those could be life-altering injuries. So when I see your Plan A, which is not, I know you proposed the medians at the median extensions, I think it was, at 3 intersections on McGuinness. but there are 20 intersections on Mcguinness Boulevard. So that leaves 17 intersections on Mcguinness that are actually less safe to cross, because now you're crossing 6 lanes of traffic during the day, right? You're crossing between 7 a.m. and 7 p.m. a moving bike lane, 2 moving bike lanes, and 4 moving travel lanes. And, you know, I just think this community, and we have 2,500 signatures, I think this community will not stand for seeing a plan proposed where our intersection crossing is made worse and not made improved for the vast majority of the day. We know also from the data from the 2018 transportation study that the majority of the crashes on Mcguinness happen during the day. So again, this sort of like day and night scenario, not to even mention the parking problem, is, I think, really inadequate. That means that those crashes are still happening all the time. And I just want to mention also that the environment, you know, I think it's really a disservice to North Brooklyn community to present with this data in a way saying, you know, if it takes a little bit long, first of all, I think DOT might have considered doing a full community study, traffic study to begin with, since this is something the community has been asking for a year. But if it takes longer to get a road diet on Mcguinness that will keep our neighbors safe, you know, I think we'd be in for that. I think many North Brooklyn residents would be in for that. I certainly would. But I want to just mention the environmental aspect of having 50% of these cut through, of the cars on Mcguinness as cut through. You know, that means that we could have half the number of cars in our neighborhood. If you look at a particulate air quality map in Mcguinness and North Brooklyn, it is solid red. And we live here. We love living here as an IBZ that is merged with the residential neighborhood. I love that about living in North Brooklyn, and I love that urban environment, but I do not love the air quality and knowing that my kids are breathing in air that, you know, is heavily polluted. And I see no reason that we should be facilitating cars that treat this neighborhood like a highway coming through our neighborhood. If we can eliminate 30 to 50% of the cars on Mcguinness, that's thousands and thousands of cars a year coming through our neighborhood, and make our intersections safer and make our air quality better. You know, I can't understand why DOT would not have pursued that option more aggressively.
So quick, thank you for those points. Very good points. I think we just want to restate DOT is presenting all 3 options kind of equally here. We haven't selected one over the other. I think all we're trying to convey to folks and get feedback on tonight is that options B and C will have impacts, right? That 50% that you mentioned, the way you worked out the math, yes, you know, 30 to 50% are cut through. That doesn't mean they're going to stop cutting through. So we could see some spillover into the adjacent streets. We just want everyone to be aware. That's why we're here. And we need just a little more time to investigate exactly how that spillover may occur and what other intersections we would also need to address as part of this study. So we're not saying it's A or the highway. We're saying these are the 3 options. These are the trade-offs. Please, folks, let us know what you think.
Sure, that's fine. But DOT, you have the tools. You're not powerless against you know, cars cutting off into local streets. You have the tools to use to implement and prevent that from happening. I think the vast majority of this cut through traffic is using, you know, algorithms that are being guided through Mcguinness. And if Mcguinness is not inviting traffic through the neighborhood through its design, then I would think a vast majority of that cut through traffic would not come through the neighborhood. But those that do, we can prevent other cars from seeping into local streets through tools like reversing traffic on a block on Humboldt Street, or preventing left turns, as you said. So, you know, we see really good data. DOT does this all the time. Look, they took away 80% of the vehicles on Union Square, and the data on 12th, 13th, 15th, 16th, 17th, 18th, and 19th is that the numbers of cars and travel times are unchanged. So, you know, kudos to DOT for knowing how to pull that off.
Yes, absolutely. We have the toolkit. You're right. We aren't powerless. the overarching, I think, statement here, what we want to convey is that we just need a little more time to use those tools, to use that power. And that's what we're saying. If the community here says option B is, the consensus, then we're saying we just need a few more months to figure out where those reversals need to be, right? Where those extra protections need to be to ensure safety on the adjacent streets as much as we want to ensure safety on Mcguinness Boulevard. So I think we're saying the same thing, just that from DOT's perspective, we can't make that decision today. We'll come back in the fall with more information, continue the conversation based on the feedback that we hear from folks here tonight.
Thanks, Sean.
Eric, we have Karen.
Yes.
Karen, Paul, and Kevin Costa.
Okay, thank you. Karen, please go ahead.
Hi all, thank you so much for the presentation. I guess I'm a little concerned with process at this point. You presented, the community with 3 different proposals in which you're saying, September. So how is this fairly going to be, voted on is, I think, my concern after, you hear the feedback from everyone today. And then I just wanted to mention that I do have a concern with the left turn on Nassau. Maybe you already know how to, where the deliveries are gonna be able, how are they going to get to Nassau Avenue from Mcguinness Boulevard if they're making a delivery on Nassau Avenue when they're supposed to stay to the truck routes? And then the 30 to 50% of the cut through traffic, do you have numbers on if that includes trucks versus vehicles, or it's a combination? And do you have information on where they're coming from and to? Is it people who live in Long Island City that are coming off of the BQE and then traveling through the neighborhood to get to Long Island City? So I'm just curious if you have information where you could drill down on that cut through traffic, like exactly where are they coming from and to?
I'll let Zach answer your second 2 questions. For the first question, about how we move forward, I think we gather feedback tonight and we continue to speak with our partners in the elected positions at the CB and stakeholders in the community. And when we come back next time, based on all of those conversations and what we hear tonight, I think we'll come back with the option that is what the consensus is what the stakeholders prefer, is what the electeds want, is what the community is pushing for. And I think there will be another hearty discussion in the fall. This isn't going to be a done deal. So we'll continue these conversations. So that's the answer for kind of next steps. Zach, I'll turn it over to you on the cut through questions.
Yeah, the 30 to 50 we're repeating is a general traffic number, but we can, like, for a future presentation, we could try to break it down a little more complexly. And then for like where they're coming from, yeah, it's a bit of Long Island City. It's a little bit of the Queensboro Bridge. I mean, once you start tracking where people are going to, like, every single street, it's people are coming from all over the place at the end of the day. But yeah, it is the big hotspots that you would think.
And then as far as the banning the left turns.
For banning left turn, one thing I didn't go into a lot of details. But for one, the turns, all these turns are very light. It's actually true for a lot of Mcguinness Boulevard that compared to the traffic moving up and down, the left turns are very light. They're lighter than the right turns even. But and we have to get actually internal approval before we show this to you that it's okay for vehicles to either make 3 rights or to make a left somewhere else and a left somewhere else to get to the same place. So that's something that we had to look at and make sure that they would fit going a different route to get to the same blocks.
Right, and that's my concern, because you're talking about, even if it's a box truck, I'm not even talking about the tractor trailers, If there's a truck that needs to make a delivery, they're taking Mcguinness Boulevard, they need to get to Nassau Avenue, where are they gonna go to get to Nassau Avenue? They're gonna go down a residential street up and around. So that to me is a concern. We don't want the trucks using narrow, and all those streets are extremely narrow. You're talking about Diamond Street, Mill Street, you know, so what street, where are they going to? Where we have numerous complaints on Humboldt Street, on Monitor Street, of trucks using those streets currently, okay, as a truck route. So I'm concerned with, and believe me, Nassau Avenue is, I want safety, okay? I want safety at Nassau Avenue. Please don't get me wrong. But I'm just concerned about if you ban the left turn, in particular on Nassau, which is a commercial street, then what streets are you going to direct them to get to their business?
I think maybe I could speak to this. I'm Nick Carey. I'm the lead engineer at the bike unit. Karen, I think you make some really good points, and it brings light to some of our concerns. We got a lot of complaints about truck traffic and maybe regional through traffic ending up on small residential streets. It's a big concern for a lot of people in the Greenpoint community. And so that's one of the things that, kind of gave us pause about the potential impacts of any turn ban or removing vehicular traffic capacity. It's not that our priority for Mcguinness Boulevard is to push traffic through and all the negatives that come with that, but we are concerned about what some of these spillover impacts would be. And that's why we want to study it a little bit more and make sure we have a better idea of what all the trade-offs are going to be. When we were looking at the turn bans, I think it's always an issue with the left turn bans. Whenever you ban a turn, you have to think of what is the alternative route, and it's often zigzagging through a residential neighborhood. But specific to Nassau and Driggs and Engert, our feeling was that the turns were very light. I mean, I think it was something like 25 vehicles making that turn in the heaviest hour on Nassau, which is kind of surprising. But we thought, try to weigh the importance of facilitating those vehicular turns against the long pedestrian crossing, the fact that Nassau Avenue and Mcguinness Boulevard is a Vision Zero priority intersection. And the same and similar, for Driggs and Engert is that there's such long crossings. And if we were to ban every left turn to install all of these median tip extensions, that's more traffic making the three rights, right, to through the residential neighborhood. So I think part of what we're getting at with the broad narrative of this presentation is that there's going to be some real trade-offs. Making Mcguinness Boulevard safer, adding a protected bike lane to Mcguinness Boulevard is going to come with some trade-offs, and we want to understand them better, and we want all the stakeholders like you guys to understand them better. And so we appreciate your comments about some of the anxiety about these left turns and traffic calming, and also I think some of the other broad comments about how it's more important to make the street safer. This is the kind of information we came here to get, so that it's easier for us to work with you guys and come up with the best project. Thanks.
Anything else?
No, I think that's it for now. But yeah, definitely, I'd like to drill down more on those numbers and find out where they're really coming to and from, because again, we need to understand that what we do in our community also will impact other communities. For instance, Long Island City, and and the residents there too. So I'm just, again, I want us to be mindful, because if that's the only route that they have to take to get to where they live, so I wouldn't call that cut through traffic. But if they are, then obviously, how are we going to prevent that? So I look forward to listening. Really, I'm not holding a position or, I'm not feeling, I thought there would be more, just like what other people were saying, but I'll hold judgment right now and till I hear more feedback from everybody else. And hopefully there's additional studies that you guys could do for the future meeting. Thank you.
Eric, I have a question. It's Mary O'Dalmara.
Thank you, Karen. Mary, I have Kevin Costa next, and then we'll take you. And I think, Mary, you'll be the last committee member.
Paul.
Paul, sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. So Kevin, Paul, Mary. Kevin, go ahead. Kevin Costa.
Hi. Thank you, DOT, for being here today. That was a great presentation and appreciate you taking the time. I want to say that I live in Greenpoint. I live right by McGinness Park, and I cross the street every single day as a pedestrian and as a cyclist. And currently, it's very broken. And I'm glad that DOT recognizes that. With that being said, I have to advocate for my community and every user of that community, which is why I believe that Plan A is a non-starter, because it prioritizes those who do not live in my community. It prioritizes those who are cutting through it. And to best serve the community, you can't take away parking either, in that it's taking away from those who are actually using it within the community. I think that Plan B is a good start, but underscoring what some of my fellow community members have said, it also is somewhat lacking. I think that it's great that there's protected bike infrastructure, and that's really needed, but we also need community loading zones. We need other infrastructure that isn't included in that plan, and I'll leave it to others who can speak to it better, but community loading zones is super important, and we have a lot of mixed uses within this community, and Plan A does not serve the community at all. Plan B does a better job at it, but I think that there's still a lot of work that needs to be done. That being said, thank you for being here today, and I appreciate the plan so far.
Thanks, Kevin, for the comment. If you have ideas or suggestions or know community members who do about where some of those loading zones would serve the community best, please share them with the community board, with Eric. He'll pass them along to us. That's the kind of granular detail that we need at these boards. Everyone here knows their community better than we do. We do our best, but that kind of input goes a long way.
I think that a lot of them were put on the community map already in terms of like where community zones would be most effective. I think that on the side streets, it's going to be also helpful, but we need them on McGuinness as well, especially around Nassau, around some of the bottleneck zones. I think you had a heat map of where there were lots of comments. Lots of areas could use the loading zones. Also something
just to be clear, the portal map, right?
The comment map that was
the
like
DOT comment map.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks. Just to be clear. Okay. Thanks.
Yep. Thank you, Kevin.
Okay, great. I think we had Paul next, and then Mary, and then Aaron. Paul Kelterborn?
Yeah, this is Paul. Thanks, Eric. Yeah, I just want to also make more of a comment than a question, and thank the DOT for being here. It does seem that the second Plan B is the closest one, I think, that approximates what so many people have been asking for over the past year or years or decades. I think that the creation of it was interesting to see the slide that showed the creation of Mcguinness. I mean, this was a neighborhood street, and ramming Mcguinness through a highway, this highway through a residential neighborhood was clearly a major historic wrong. And I'm looking forward to the next meeting. I think you said in the fall, when we can see further development of these plans, because I think we need to do something equally as bold to meet this moment. So thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Mario Domerick.
Okay, thank you. I just have one quick question. Would lengthening the time of the signals slow down traffic and increase safety for pedestrian crossings? Is that something that you would consider or have considered?
That's right. By lengthening the crossing times, so the east-west times for pedestrians, you have to take that time from somewhere. So that comes from the north-south vehicle movements. So you provide more time for pedestrians to get across the intersection. But of course, the trade-off is fewer vehicles process. So you would see slightly more congestion on Mcguinness.
But the trade-off would be, wouldn't the trade-off be safer vehicle, crossing because they wouldn't be speeding?
You're right. Vehicles would catch red lights more often along the corridor, so there'd be less progression. Correct.
So is that something you would consider?
Absolutely, yes. That was one of the scenarios that we are considering as part of this project.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mary. I think we had Aaron next.
Just thanks for the DOT for the presentation. I've lived on Meserole Avenue for 16 years. I cross Mcguinness every day, either on foot or by bike, and have witnessed many troubling examples of how unsafe Mcguinness is during my time as a resident in the neighborhood. Just want to echo what's been said about Plan A. I really think that's a non-starter. Doesn't address the concerns of the community. Plan B really brings forward some innovation in terms of mixed use, really having that road diet, but also adding the bike lanes, which I think is critically important. We see more and more folks across the city biking, and I think being able to encourage additional biking by having protected bike lanes is critically important as we're planning for the future of New York City. And then certainly the safety for pedestrians is also important. I did have one question about Plan C. Can DOT name other areas where this type of option has been implemented in the city? Because based on the presentation tonight and just the information, it does appear to be very confusing, both during the daytime and the evening options, and just recognizing that, especially at nighttime, we see increased speeding on Mcguinness. How would you enforce the movement of the vehicles to make sure that the traffic lane is moved? It seems very confusing. So if there are any other examples across the city where that's being utilized, that would be helpful for the committee to consider.
Good question. Go for it, Zach.
Well, okay. Just one clarification. I think in this presentation, we've labeled the overnight parking as A, but that just in case. But I think the Second Avenue is the big one in Manhattan that has a 7 to 7 regulation. Sean, you might actually have more of an answer to that. I was first just trying to mention the labeling thing.
Yeah, Aaron, just for clarification, you said C, which is the two-way option, or is that the...
I don't think that's... I think...
I might have misspoke on the option. It's the one that has the sort of nighttime, daytime option.
You want to just pull that slide up quick?
Yes. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Well, here, I'll flip to this slide. Yeah, so the main example we give is Second Avenue in Manhattan above the Queens River Bridge for quite a few blocks.
Yeah, Second Avenue in the 60s and some of the 50s and the 40s. It's not 7 to 7. I think it's something like 7 to 10 a.m. and maybe 3 to 8 p.m., something like that. But it's a similar concept. But on Second Avenue, we don't have any kind of barrier, any kind of vertical element. So that's the big difference.
Thank you.
Can I just ask a question about this plan, Eric?
Quickly, Bronwyn, please.
Yeah, quickly. Is my assessment of this true that, you know, I find that this absurd that like your crossing distance is essentially longer now in this proposal than it is now because you can't stand in the parking lanes to wait before you cross.
That if you're speaking about option A, yes, that's correct. Right, there would be a bike lane curbside instead of park cars.
Right, and so essentially the pedestrian crossing distance is longer than it is now. I just don't see how that's a viable proposal.
That is part of why we wanted to really stress that we could change the signaling of the intersection. If we did something that couldn't change it geometrically, that we'd want to really change how it operates.
Yeah, but that assessment or that statement isn't wrong. The other options provide shorter crossings, so that's true. That's the difference of these three options.
I believe that exhausts committee members, unless any committee members want to weigh in. Okay, so we'll move to public. Jerry, if you would be so kind as to call speakers off the sign-in list.
Shannon Phipps.
Jerry, just to be clear, just on McGuinness.
Protected. Spectrum's advanced on Wi-Fi now. Which blocks the outside, so you can relax on the inside.
Hello?
One second. Okay. Okay, go ahead. Shannon Phipps is recognized.
Yeah, I just was curious why only 3 options are being proposed. It seems to me that trying to cram a bike lane onto Mcguinness Boulevard is creating most of these problems, and it's going to have a bigger negative impact than a positive impact. Why aren't bike lanes being invested on more of the side streets or some of the other places where trucks and New York City isn't trying to get through? The other thing is, where are all the cars supposed to go that park there? If you took the parking away. And then another concern is people don't always move their car. So the daylight nighttime scenario seems impractical unless you're going to have a tow truck out there moving cars. And then people are still going to need accessibility to the fronts of their buildings, whether it's a business or a residence. And the bikers don't seem to want to share their lane, which I don't blame them, because when you're biking, then you have to go into traffic. So it just makes sense to me to not have bike lanes as a part of the redesign of Mcguinness and to focus on the other elements. The timing of the lights, you discussed that. I would also recommend getting rid of some of the greenery or cutting it down, or, replanting stuff that doesn't grow so high so that when you're making turns, the visibility is there. And, extending the curbs as long as it's FDNY compliant were some good ideas. But it just seems like the bike lanes are really what are causing problems, and it's going to affect businesses, residents, and, Humboldt Street will get a lot of traffic. A lot of the residential streets will, and if you got to go to the hospital, you're going on McGuinness, and it's not worth delaying emergencies just for a bike lane. I just think the bike lanes can be rerouted and engineered around McGuinness.
Okay, I'm sorry, Shannon, that's a minute. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, thanks for your comment, Shannon. I think we did a lot of outreach related to this project, and overwhelmingly, the bike lane and safety for cyclists was mentioned here, which is why these options all include a variation of the protected bike lane. there very well could be a fourth option without a bike lane. But in all of our conversations to this point with stakeholders, kind of across the board, it has been something that the community's been asking for. So that's why it is featured in these cross sections.
One woman said, remove all the greenery and we don't need a bike lane.
Okay, no interruptions. Thank you.
John Rasmus.
She's like, there's emergencies. People need to go there.
John Rosmus is next. If you interrupt one more time, you will be muted. Thank you.
It really needs a bike lane badly. Oh, did it crash?
No.
But
okay, John Rosmus.
The middle island seems too big to me.
Oh.
Anna, can you mute?
All right. Can I speak now? Thank you, everybody. I'm a little concerned about all of these ideas for Mcguinness Boulevard because it is an evacuation coastal zone, so cars need to go past this street in case there was an emergency. As far as the parking being removed, I am against this because the DOT removed all the parking on Meeker Avenue, at least half of it, and now it's metered parking. So where are the people supposed to park their cars? There's nowhere to park the car anymore because of all these street designs. And especially now that you're doing the open street, Berry Street, you're doing a Bedford slip, closure over here. Like, where are people supposed to go with their cars? They have nowhere to go. And lastly, I'm just against this bike idea. I think it should be explored on different streets. I don't think we should mix bikes with cars and trucks and buses. I don't think that's a good idea because you will end up something that happened on Broadway in Manhattan.
Okay, that's a minute, John. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Next.
Lucas
Wait.
Sklodsky.
Oh, Eric, could I answer for a second?
Yeah, that's me.
Go ahead, Lucas.
Hey, how are you? So I've been in this neighborhood for plenty of years, 28 years, my whole life basically, and I'm actually a business owner in the neighborhood. And taking parking away on Mcguinness Boulevard, my business is located on Nassau and Eckford. I'm proudly owner of Amber Steakhouse, and if parking, I have customers coming from all around, from Long Island City, from the city, from Queens, from Long Island, and taking away parking, it's already pretty bad parking everywhere in the neighborhood. Or throughout the years, it gets worse and worse. Making turns, I would rather compromise of making no left turns on Nassau Avenue or something like that instead of taking away parking. I mean, parking is a huge thing for our businesses, goes for both ways. So that strong consider parking to be on Mcguinness Boulevard, even people that live in houses and everything else. That's my biggest concern as a business owner, which, I help out the community as much as I can. And I just think that would be a very strong thing against small businesses in the neighborhood.
Yeah, thanks, Lucas. And I'll respond to you and the previous commenter. We understand parking is important to this community, which is why there are a few options here. We're here for this type of feedback. So that's the answer to the parking
Just
thing.
to let you know, my business operates, usually a lot of business operates from 9 till about 8.
Lucas, I'm sorry, we have to move on. I'm
Okay,
sorry.
but
Thank you,
you
Zach.
said from 7 to 7.
I
so-
understand. I understand.
All right,
We have
Eric,
50
thank you.
speakers. Thank you. And DOT, it's not necessary to respond to every comment, so you can just hold off for now. We have 50 speakers to hear from.
No problem.
So just hang in there and take notes, and then if you want to, if there's any answers that you'd like to submit for the record when you submit the PDF, the PowerPoint, please do so.
Brian
Okay,
Papworth.
thank you.
Brian Papworth. Brian, you here? Michael Devereaux. Michael Devereaux?
Yeah, I'm here. Thank you.
Go ahead, sir.
Real quick, I just want to say that I represent drivers, locations, and casting for Local 817. We deal with the movie and television industry. There's a lot of trucks that need to service the community. Sometimes trucks are looked on as like a bad thing, but we bring you your television shows, your movies, your liquor, your beer, your food, your bikes. How do bikes get to the bike store, right? You get through there from trucks. So this is a very important roadway. I wish the DOT would have reached out to some Teamster locals early on, maybe our joint council. They represent 120,000 people, to bring them to the table. About 2 months ago, I walked McGuinness Boulevard and none of the small businesses knew about any of these proposed plans. So I feel like that, maybe there can be another walkthrough to get some of these small businesses involved because you're going to take away their parking for their businesses, as we've heard already. And also, I just feel that, there has to be more people at the table. I'm on a community board 6 in Manhattan, and sometimes a community board comes together and they have one opinion.
Okay,
But you got to get everyone's opinion. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Michael. That's it. But
Thank you.
Michael, just to clarify, what was the association you mentioned?
Teamsters Local 817.
Oh, Teamsters. Okay, fine. Okay, great.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. DOT, please take note to talk to the Teamsters. Okay, next.
Tony Argento.
Yes, thank you for giving me time. I'm a business owner and a resident of Greenpoint and a taxpayer. I feel like taking away the parking spaces of the homeowners on McGuinness Boulevard is very unjust. I mean, parking spaces are less and less. With the restaurant outdoors seating, they've taken away our parking spaces. With the city bikes, they've taken away our parking spaces. And to take these homeowners and small businesses parking spaces away, it's very unjust. And again, by turning the traffic lane into one lane, it's going to cause huge traffic jams. It's probably will take a half hour to get from one side of McGuinness to the other side. And the trucks will be idling and creating more pollution. You have to take all that into consideration.
Thank you, Tony. Next.
Patrick McGuinness. Patrick? Monica Hollowitz.
Hi, everyone. My name is Monica Hollowatz. I've lived in Greenpoint my entire life, 31 years. And I just have to say something about this project is that we need more outreach. I think somebody needs to go door to door to every single business, every single resident along McGuinness Boulevard and find out how they feel about these changes. I went on foot and nobody knew anything. Nobody has any idea what's going on, and a lot of people don't have the capability to get online and figure it out. Having outreach at a park sounds great, except not everyone's going to make it to the park. If we can do a census, we can go door to door and explain to people what is going on in their community, and they have a right to speak. And that's all I have to say right now. I think more research needs to be done.
Perfect. And noted. Okay.
Tommy Karaya. Tommy Karaya?
Yes, I'm here.
Go ahead, sir.
First, Zach, thank you for your presentation. I just wanted to point out something that nobody's mentioned. Nobody's mentioned anything about 911 end-to-end responses. McGuinness Boulevard is very vital to getting emergency vehicles around. NYPD right now is 7 minutes and 35 seconds for critical. FDNY is 5 minutes and 47 seconds for critical. FDNY EMT is 10 minutes and 17 seconds critical. Right now in Greenpoint, due to traffic, the average is 17 minutes and 7 seconds. My father died of a heart attack February 22nd of 2020. And the reason why he died of a heart attack is because EMS could not get to him in time. So that's something that nobody's mentioned. And what will that do by taking a lane away to those emergency responses? As a local business owner for 25 years, I did not hear one person mention emergency response. Very important that we do a study on that and then we make our decisions. But the closest hospital is Bellevue Hospital. And to get a vehicle.
Tommy,
yes.
Thank you for your comment. Sorry for your loss. Your comment is noted. DOT, please make a note to get back to us on emergency services with plans A, B, and C. Next, Jerry.
I only have a first name, Rosemary.
Rosemary, we need your last name for the record.
Espinal, Espinal.
How are you, everyone? Thank you for having this. I've been a longtime resident of Greenpoint. We moved here at the age, I moved here with my family at the age of 10 from Williamsburg. And I have to say that I'm opposed to this plan. I am very concerned about emergency vehicles getting through if there's only one lane. What if a car breaks down and they can get through? What are we going to do? And I'm opposed to having a bike lane on Mcguinness Boulevard. These bicyclists, they're very fierce. They get in. I'm a driver, I have a car. By the way, this is going to cause a parking chaos here. There's nowhere to park. Bicyclists, they get in front of you. Imagine if they're on Mcguinness Boulevard. This is a crazy idea. What are you guys doing? I mean, rich people, they can park in their building and pay, but we regular folks, we don't have anywhere to park our cars here. And I need a car because I need to have the convenience of going grocery shopping and getting around. So this is really a very ill-conceived plan, and you guys got to get the input of the community. The longtime residents and business owners have been here for a long time.
Thank you, Rosemary. Noted.
Simona Bars. Simona Bars. Next one, first name only, Lucy.
Lucy, what's your last name for the record, please?
Ferrari.
Like the car?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Please go ahead.
I also wanted to just say that Zach in his presentation did say that if one car stopped with this road diet plan, that all traffic would stop. So there you go with emergency services and evacuation. No go on this road diet. There's other ideas like a traffic light on the Pulaski Bridge at the end of the bridge that could slow traffic that has never even been discussed. And I just wanted to mention that the Make Mcguinness Safe group that you mentioned in who you talked to, they block community input. So it's been a very unfair process. And I think that needs to stop. If you don't agree, you've been blocked completely from all information, from all input. It's not been a community effort and it's going to affect the community greatly. And also the cut through traffic, as was talked about, it is going from perhaps Long Island City to Williamsburg. It's not cut through just a shortcut. I just wanted to finish my sentence.
Lucy.
I just wanted to finish my, it's not to shortcut, it's to go to places that it's a route.
Thank you, Lucy.
First name only, Isabel.
Isabel. Going once, twice, next.
Simran Carr.
Hello, I'm representing my family's gas station at 176 Mcguinness. Obviously, we rely really heavily on the traffic that comes through the boulevard to make a living. So
can you just spell your name for the record, please?
Sure. S-I-M as in Mary, R-A-N as in Nancy, then K-A-U-R.
Okay, thank you very much. Please continue.
We rely really heavily on the traffic that comes through the boulevard to make a living. So removing the lanes gets rid of like half of our customers, and we would go out of business. So it's not just important for the people cutting through the neighborhood. We need the two traffic lanes for our business to survive. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next.
David Drozd.
Hey, good evening. I own a business in Greenpoint as well. I came here in 95 and over several years. I saw a lot of things. And one thing that I would want to say is it seems that the community members board is only relying on information from selected and limited groups, not the whole community. And it seems that the ideas in most part are biased. As far as the safety of pedestrians, I don't see why speed bumps are not used more on Mcguinness Boulevard. They're a great source of stopping and slowing down traffic. And I would say that I would look into traffic between Drix and Meeker Avenue, because in the late afternoons, I'm sitting outside, cars are going 60, 70 miles per hour. No, there are no cameras here. And the speed bumps would make a significant difference in slowing traffic. And even if car going 5, 10 miles per hour will hit someone, I mean, the injuries are limited. That's those are my observations. Again, the whole community needs to get involved. A lot of older residents, those are non-English speaking people, the blue collar workers working long hours, and they need to
Thank you, Mr. Droz.
They don't have
Thank
that.
you, that's a minute. Thank you. Next.
Lucia Corba.
Next.
Hello?
Oh,
Hello?
okay. Sorry. Go ahead, Ms. Corba.
Hello? Yes, okay, because I'm old school. I don't even know how to do this. If it wasn't for a good friend of mine, Monica, that helped me through this, I'm very disappointed. I am Lucia Corba of Raíces Restaurant and Lucy's, right on the corner of Mcguinness Boulevard and Nassau Avenue. Not one time have I been approached about any of this. If it wasn't for Monica 2 days ago, that told me about it, I very quickly spoke to so many of my customers. Everyone is against it because this is not fair. We're not working together. We need trucks. And you know, it took all this time for someone to finally mention emergency services. I'm here. All my windows are open. I see the struggle that policemen, firemen, EMS have, and especially to make the turn on Nassau. So I don't know who who you're talking to. You're surely not talking to the businesses that will surely go out of business with this proposal. This is completely off the wall. You can't take away parking. And you know what? I'm a restaurateur. I am very willing. We shouldn't have any seating in the streets anymore. It's not necessary. People could come into the restaurants, stay on the sidewalks, perfectly fine. But
Okay, thank you, Ms. Corda. That's a minute. Next.
Jack Mazur.
Going once, twice. Next.
Eric Palatnik.
Hello, good evening. Thank you very much for letting me speak this evening. My name is Eric Palatnik. I'm an attorney. I've met with many of you before, and I represent the Argentos and Broadway stages in their work around the area there. You've heard from the truckers, you've heard from the Argentos, and I just simply to call to the board's attention that obviously there's a lack of community input into these applications that are going on at the Department of Transportation. We very much.
Can you hear me okay? Gina, you need to mute.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
I'm sorry, Mr. Paladnik. What? Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, can you hear me okay? Can you hear me
Yes,
better now?
please continue. Yes.
I apologize for the poor connection. So what I was suggesting was simply that we'd urge Eric, you and the Transportation Committee and the remainder of the board to just work with the residents to get the voice out for what Department of Transportation is up to. Obviously, these land use decisions impact many people, but when I come before you for a simple application for one property, you get tons of input. I know my time is up. We're just asking that you give grave consideration to the community and the residents' input. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Palatnik. Next.
Andrew Skoutelis.
Andrew, going once, twice. Next.
Segundo Mendez.
Segundo, going once, twice. No answer. Next.
Mark Sapkowski.
Mark Sapkowski. Going once, twice. Next.
First name only, Sam.
Is there a Sam in the house? Sam, going once, twice. No answer. Next.
First name only, Becky.
Hi, that's me. My name is Rebecca LeBoy.
I just wanted
Rebecca, can you spell that for me?
Laboy.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
I wanted to speak against reducing lanes on McGuinness. Biking on McGuinness, I don't think is a great idea. There's other ways to go. Reducing lanes, we need more community input. You can see here that all of the business owners have not been, contacted about this. As someone who's like a single mom, it's hard enough with a baby. I can't make it to Key Food on a bike with a baby. I can't make it on a Rebel. You have to consider everyone, and it's certainly not happening here. That's my piece. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next.
That's all I have signed up.
Okay, so we'll go public. If you have spoken, take your hand down. And what we're going to do is I can only go by, I would ask William to do it. Actually, I will. So everyone's display obviously is different. So I will go by William. I will defer to William to call names as he sees them on his screen, going from top left to bottom right. And as you are called, once you've had your 1 minute, please take your hand down. Okay. So William, who do you have first?
Brett.
I'm
Brett.
sorry, what was the name? Brett?
Brett, yes.
What is your last name?
Brett, unmute
Ravenzi?
yourself. No, Brett has to unmute himself.
Venzi.
Okay, I see
Yep,
it. I see
okay.
it. Thank you.
And Brent, not Brett.
Got it. Got
Okay.
it. Got
Thanks.
it. Please
Yeah,
go ahead. You
my
have 1
name-
minute.
Cool. Thank you. My name is Brent, resident of CB1.
I'm listening to
Cross
this
McGuinness
thing.
often, and I would like to stay alive. Plan B is the best option to transform McGuinness from a highway that divides Greenpoint into Boulevard that ties it together. It doesn't have to remove any parking. It can have loading zones for trucks, and the bike lanes, I do believe, are wide enough for emergency uses on vehicles. So I hope we go forward that option. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next.
Carrie?
Hi, thank you. I was really interested in the road diet.
Sorry, I'm sorry. Can I get your last name for the record, please?
Hill, Hill.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
I was really interested in the road diet. I do think that a lot of times the algorithms send people down roads that are open, and if maybe a road wasn't as open, it wouldn't send them down. But I also am very swayed by the emergency vehicles. So I concur with David. I don't understand why we can't have road bumps. And I've actually asked the DOT to put road bumps on my block, Eckford, between Nassau and Norman, because people already use Eckford as a quick way to get around the traffic at Nassau to get on to McGuinness. And I definitely would not get rid of the left turn signals, because that's actually made it safer. Before we had the left turn signal and people waited to turn left, that was way more dangerous. So I like the left turn signal. But I feel torn. I like the road diet, but I also feel like we need emergency vehicles. So that's mine. Thanks.
Thank you very much. William, next.
KCKUHNS.
Hi everyone. I just wanted to come on and say that I support Plan B for the road because it still has parking and it adds bike lanes, which people have a lot of need for in the community. Thank you.
Great. I love these short and sweet ones. Next.
Walters.
Hi, thanks. My name's Chris Walters. I'm a 20-year resident of Greenpoint. I live 2 blocks away from Mcguinness, and I strongly support the elimination of the 2 traffic
The
lanes.
Macy's fireworks are not starting till
I think
9:25.
Mcguinness is dangerous, as many folks have said. It divides the neighborhood. I'm uncomfortable almost every time I cross it, especially with my kids. I have 2 school-age children. I think it should be a local scale street like Manhattan Ave or Franklin. I think decreasing the number of lanes would be the best way to do that, reduce speeds and increase safety. And I would just say too, I'm a car owner, and I recognize that most Greenpointers aren't. Most Greenpointers don't own cars. They don't drive to work. We need to be thinking about our neighbors on foot and the ways we're planning. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
The
Okay,
Transportation
whoever.
Committee about
Hello?
closing the lanes. Tony
Whoever's on
Argento,
the
Monica
917
spoke.
number. Hello?
No.
Hello?
No. People are saying you can't have
917.
one lane going
Jerry,
on
can
the
you mute
street.
917,
What if
blah,
a
blah,
car
blah?
gets stuck? An emergency vehicle can't get
Now
down.
that we have the fireworks update.
I can't get out.
Okay,
Can the
William next.
admin just mute whoever is talking right now, please?
Jerry, can you mute that 917 number?
I'm looking for it.
Okay.
917
Good. You have
731 8751. Hello?
Go
Okay,
ahead.
she's muted. Okay,
Yes?
she's muted. Okay. William, who is well, Peter, please mute. William, who is next? William Vega. Okay, I'm going to go with the next one I see until William gets back on. I see Chris Roberti. If you could go ahead, please.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for the presentation. I agree with a lot of the people on here that B is sort of like the bare minimum best. I have 2 young kids, and we cross Peter.
Yes, I'm sorry.
That's all right. I have 2 young kids, and we cross Mcguinness, to go to the pool, to go to the parks, and it's a nightmare. In the past month, twice I've been more than halfway through the crosswalks, and cars have run the red light. I've been with my children. I know that trucks are a problem. They're a problem in my neighborhood already, and it's not a truck route. But we need help quickly. I'm disappointed that it's just like, well, let's wait some more. I was hoping for like a clear road diet right away that we could say yes to. But so I hope that the next time we hear from that, it's something more drastic to cut pollution, to keep our community together and keep our children safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Next. William, are you there? I think we lost William.
No,
so we'll
Clara
go.
Smith. Clara Smith.
Yep. Okay, cool.
Hey, I'm Clara, live in Greenpoint. I've lived off Mcguinness, a few blocks off of Mcguinness for several years now. I have to cross every day. I see firsthand the dangerous conditions on the street. But more than that, over the past year, I spent a lot of time talking to members of the community as part of a video series we've made on Mcguinness. So neighbors, elected officials, parents, kids, traffic engineers, planners. And it cannot be more clear to me from these conversations that what we need on Mcguinness is the complete removal of 2 moving lanes of traffic, one in each direction. The problems that arise that people are bringing up in these conversations and interviews over and over again are speeding, air pollution, crossing distance, pedestrian safety. All of these things are remedied by removing a lane of traffic in each direction. It's the only solution that is going to make Mcguinness a road that fits into our community instead of being a dangerous highway splitting it. It's a solution that will slow down cars and will save lives. These road diets save lives, which is really why we're here fighting for a safer street today. So I hope the DOT doesn't compromise on safety and does the right thing for the community here. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Dan Epstein.
Clara Smith, we love you.
Hi, it's Dan Elstein here. ELSTIEN. I'd like to echo what Clara said, that anything short of, removing a lane of traffic north and southbound.
I love you.
Sorry. Nothing short of removing a lane of traffic northbound and southbound will be anywhere near adequate. And there's 2 main points that I would like the DOT to keep front of mind. That is crossing times, which will be dramatically helped by removing lanes of traffic, and the entrance and exit to the Pulaski. Just making sure that it's very easy for anybody on car, on bike, on foot to get to and from the Pulaski and not have to go all the way to, Franklin through like Eagle or Fremont Street. I yield my time.
Okay, great. Thanks. Next.
David Clark Smith.
Hi, thank you. I think Plan B is definitely the plan that gets closest to what I think we need. I've lived in Greenpoint for 11 years, cross Mcguinness every day on my commute. It's probably the most dangerous part of my commute on foot. Been way too many close calls. I also like, the other thing I like about Plan B is that, correct me if I'm wrong, but the bike lanes seem to be wide enough that they could be used for emergency vehicle traffic if need be. I know bikes can get out of the way a lot quicker than cars. And yeah, I'm most concerned about the safety of my neighbors, even if that means trucks who are crossing, passing through a neighborhood have to travel 10, 15 more minutes to get to Long Island City. So I guess that's where my priority is: the safety of my neighbors versus, yeah, how convenient it is to cut through a neighborhood if you are driving a truck. Thank you.
Thank you very much, David. Next.
Dylan Carton.
Okay, just quickly, Paul, please mute. Paul, please mute your mic.
Hello? Yes?
Hang on, one second. Paul?
Hello?
No, Paul is muted. I don't know who that's from.
Oh, okay, he's muted now. Okay, I'm sorry. Who did you recognize, William?
Dylan Carton.
Dylan Carton, got you. Okay, go ahead, Dylan.
Hi, my name's Dylan. I've lived in North Brooklyn for almost 10 years and a block away from Mcguinness for almost 5. Mcguinness is a nightmare to cross as a pedestrian, as a biker, and myself, I'm a distance runner, run the New York Marathon and other marathons, and constantly I see cars speeding, cutting turns, running red lights. It's something that I try to avoid as much as I can, whether I'm walking, biking, or running. I really think that Plan B is the only plan offered today that makes it safer for pedestrians. And I also think that a lot of the concerns brought up about parking and emergency vehicles are accommodated by Plan B. So I just want to echo that removing 2 lanes of traffic is the only way I see it being safer for us as pedestrians to navigate the neighborhood. There are more people in Greenpoint who walk and bike than have cars. And I think that those people should be able to navigate their neighborhood more safely.
Thank you. Next.
Jackson.
Hello, thank you. I want to voice my full support for Plan B, echoing both what Dylan and Clara said.
I'm sorry, Jackson. What's your last name?
Yes, it's Chabot. Chabot.
Oh, okay. Got you. Okay, thank you. Please go ahead.
Yes, I'd also like to highlight how I feel like for the people in opposition to any of the plans this evening, that safety has gotten lost in this conversation. The reason that we're here this evening is because Matthew Jensen, a beloved community member, was hit and killed by a reckless driver. And so I want everyone to keep that in mind as we're having this community member honored and hopefully as a part of the redesign with a road diet of Mcguinness Boulevard. So I'd like to allocate the rest of my time for a moment of silence for Matthew Jensen.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much, Jackson. Next.
Anna O.
Hey, thank you. I live here for 25 years. I have 3 kids who go in PS 34. I'm very much a local. My kids are born here, and we are working with the school to actually make the schoolyard habitable. Right now, it's incredibly loud, and because of the incredible traffic outside, it's incredibly polluted. And so also the other part that I feel is that the Mcguinness splits the neighborhood in half. The other half of the neighborhood on the other side for me is just really kind of another land, completely different. It's just such a big divider. So anything that could be done to slow down traffic and to make it more habitable. I also bike, and the connection that thank you DOT you have made to Long Island City is incredible, that we can now safely bike and separate from pedestrian. If that can be continued down on Mcguinness, it will be very helpful. And thank you very much for looking to implement the Freeman security. It's really insecure right now. So that would be great. I would
Okay,
really
thank
love
you.
to see more details.
Thank you, Donna. Thank you, Donna. Thank you, Donna.
Okay.
We got to move on. Thank you. Your comments are noted. Next.
Kaylie.
Oh, wait. I'm sorry. Before we do that, Donna, can I just get your last name for the record, please? I have O, but I don't have your last name.
OROZ like zebra, OV like Victor A. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Next.
Kaylee, and also give us your last name.
Hi, I'm Kaylee. Abner is my last name. I'm a recent Greenpoint resident, and I think Plan B will bring amazing but difficult changes to the neighborhood. I think I'm excited to, at the prospect of feeling more safe walking down the street. I'm excited for families to feel more safe walking down the street, and I'm excited to feel like that it's more connected.
Okay, thank you. Next.
Kevin LaCour.
Hi, William. Thank you. Kevin Lachera, Greenpoint. What I want to say is just as we think about trade-offs and as we talk about trade-offs in this community and what Mcguinness Boulevard means, I would like to use my 1 minute to talk about the people that have died on Mcguinness Boulevard. In 1956, the first death on Mcguinness was a 3-year-old boy of 257 Eckford Street, died while the community was waiting for a traffic study. Lucy McElhern in the late 70s and early 80s, a woman from Meserole Avenue hit and killed when a car jumped the curb at Meserole and Mcguinness. A 15-year-old boy, a woman writes, in May 1970, my brother was killed on Mcguinness while riding a bicycle by a speeding truck driver. He was 15, I was 13. My life has never been the same. An unidentified elderly woman in 1989 hit and killed by a fire truck responding to a call. She died of a fractured skull, and the 13-year-old boy she was with was injured and taken to Woodhull. Mcguinness Boulevard and Nassau Avenue in 1990, Stella Mayar, who lived on Mcguinness Boulevard, was killed by a speeding hit-and-run driver, pronounced dead at the scene. Richard Waskowitz, a 61-year-old baker who lived in Maspeth, hit and killed by a speeding minivan, pronounced dead at the scene. A woman in her 60s, unidentified, 1996, killed by a sanitation truck driver, pronounced dead at the scene. A driver had to be chased down. An unidentified man in his 30s, 2002, killed by a Chevy Blazer crossing Mcguinness Boulevard at Norman. Maria Wallerland,
thank you, Kevin.
Liz Byrne, Solange Ralston, Neil Chamberlain, Nicole Detweiler, Graham Gunn, Matthew.
Your
This
minute
happens
is up,
everywhere,
bro.
not just on McGuinness Boulevard.
Next speaker is Lisa Jaycox, Jaycox.
Hi, good evening. I'm a Greenpoint resident who lives along McGuinness. I'm a parent of a student at PS34 like Donna, and I support a comprehensive redesign of McGuinness, including a road diet like what you presented in option B tonight. Since we know that McGuinness serves as a cut-through for drivers avoiding traffic on the 495 and BQE, possibly a third to a half of all traffic, the answer to me is clear. Remove a lane to direct that traffic back to the highways where it belongs. McGuinness puts our residents, families, teachers, bikers, and others in danger every day. I've personally witnessed pedestrians being hit by cars, numerous car accidents, and frequent damage to parked cars, including my own car. Reducing the number of lanes in each direction would demonstrate the function the street should have as a residential road. We could then use that space for wider sidewalks, more green space, a protected bike lane, and not remove but redesign street parking with loading zones for delivery drivers. I'd also like to see a version of option B that includes two-way bike lanes so emergency vehicles could use them in a pinch. And lastly, I was surprised and concerned that you didn't share specific improvements for Norman Avenue or Greenpoint Avenue as Vision Zero priorities, even though those two are key hotspots for accidents and the location of my son's school, PS34, and I'd like to know what will be done to those specific intersections. Thanks for giving me this time and working to design a better, safer McGuinness Boulevard.
Okay, thank you very much. DOT, please make note of those concerns at Norman. And I'm sorry, what was the other?
Greenpoint Avenue.
Oh, Greenpoint Avenue. Duh. Okay, sorry. Okay, thank you. Next.
Luke Olson.
Luke here. Thank you so much for the DOT making this presentation, Eric and Will for holding it down with some technical challenges, and Cherry and everyone. Just want to remind people, this hasn't, we haven't gotten the broader vision yet, that leading cause of death in New York City for children under 14 is being hit by a car. Leading cause of death for seniors over 65, number 1 is falls, number 2 is being hit by a car. And so I really think that with the last year, 2 years of uptick in traffic violence, we really need to focus on that first. If the first thing out of someone's mouth in this discussion is about parking and not human lives, then I think DOT should take that into consideration. I also think DOT should take into consideration when making presentations like these that emergency vehicles can use the bike lanes and frequently do. And I just want to say that, Plan B is the bare minimum. When you come back with more plans, they should all be better than that one. No more half measures. I mean, we've had Grand Street, we've had other things where there have been attempts at improvements and making it safer, and they've been a great step forward, but we know what works, and we should do that on this corridor, and Plan B should be the bare minimum. Please come back with plans a plan that is much safer, much more thorough than what you've presented tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you so much
Thank
again.
you, Luke, our returning champion. Okay, next. William? Okay,
Mike
I see.
M.
Okay.
Please spell your last name. Mike M.
Oh, speaking.
What's your last name, Mike?
Mitchell, Mitchell.
Thank you very much. Go ahead.
Yeah, I've been a Greenpoint resident for almost 10 years. I bike primarily all over the city to get to work, and Mcguinness is a nightmare. And I agree with what Luke said and the prior speakers about reducing the lanes and increasing a pedestrian-friendly area for children and geriatric adults to be safe, because it's ridiculous. I think anyone complaining about parking is losing out on the big picture, and we need to keep people safe and look at the future and do the right thing. And the right thing is to make this street safe, because this street is a disaster that divides our neighborhood in two, and we got to do the right thing. So DOT option 2, option 3 looked okay, but option 2 is the best thing you guys have. Please do the right thing, and do the right thing by all these people who lost their lives. Thank you. Bye.
You Mike. Next.
Laurie, V as in Victor, ROEGINDEWEY.
Yes. Hi, I'm a pedestrian, biker, and car owner, and I strongly support a road diet on Mcguinness Boulevard by eliminating 2 lanes of traffic as presented in Plan B. I've lived in the neighborhood for 20 years, and my children, aged 9 and 5, were born and are being raised here. We cross Mcguinness Boulevard every day, and it's scary as hell to cross with young children. We should be designing our roads with our children and most vulnerable residents at the forefront of our minds, which is why I think the removal of 2 lanes of traffic is the right design to make this road the right scale for our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
KAKI King.
Hi. Can everyone hear me?
Go ahead.
Yep. Go ahead.
Hi, King. I do support option B, although I do think there are improvements yet to be made. I'm a homeowner in Greenpoint. My children are also born and raised in Greenpoint. They attend school at PS 110. They were students of Matthew Jensen. And but so many of their activities exist on the other side of Mcguinness, so it's a constant, dangerous highway that we have to cross daily. And I have to keep explaining to them why it is still as dangerous as it was a year ago. It's a big challenge. They are now biking age, and if a Guinness redesign included bikes, safer pedestrian crossways, all of the implements that we've wanted and the changes that we wanted were put in, then I could have family bike rides up and down all day long, and I would frequent every single business on the street. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next.
Benjamin Lamp, LAM as in Mary, PEL.
Hi, everyone. I'm Benji Lampel. I've been a resident of Greenpoint for 3 years now, and I'm hoping to stay in this neighborhood and have a family here one day. I would feel that I would be safer and my family potentially would, and everyone I know here would be safer if we go with Plan B as a start for Mcguinness Boulevard. I used to live right around the corner from Mcguinness. I biked down the street one time and I learned my lesson to not go there again. I found drivers there extremely hostile to me. As well as you can smell the air pollution coming off the street. It is not somewhere that I want to be on as a pedestrian or a biker. And I believe that Plan B is a really good start towards making us a road that everybody can use safely together, and that nobody is going to necessarily be overly or underly prioritized with a road diet option. Additionally, I'd like to remind everyone of the concept of induced and reduced demand. The reason there's so much traffic on Mcguinness Boulevard right now is because it was bigger. It wasn't made bigger because of traffic. It has more traffic because it was made bigger, and it will only have less traffic from cut-throughs if we reduce that, and that will help solve the traffic problem in the area and make it a more convenient street to drive on for local residents and for trucks.
Okay. Thank you, Benjamin. Next.
Ryan, and your last name?
Yeah, my last name is Smith, S-M-I-T-H.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
Hi, thanks to Zach and all the DOT members and everybody who organized the meeting. And I appreciate this time to comment on the proposed design changes. I am a father, a cyclist, a pedestrian, a runner, a motorist, and a PS 110 parent. I would like to voice my strong support for Plan B, taking away 2 moving lanes of traffic, calming down what is undeniably a violently crazy road cutting through the middle of our neighborhood. I do recognize that street design is necessarily a compromise and a need to balance convenience and safety for users. I feel like the current situation has a busy road situated in spite of the community instead of as an asset to the community. And I would want to see safety being prioritized rather than compromised. I think that cut through traffic is purely convenient, and I do think that it's fair to ask motorists to trade some of that convenience for safety and a livable environment for the people who live here. I also would like to say, as a parent of 2 children, they are the biggest advertiser to me to make purchases every day. I
Okay, Ryan,
have
thank
to
you.
say
That's a minute.
no more than I would like.
Okay, that's a minute, Ryan. Thank you very much. Next.
Thomas O'Neill. Thomas O'Neill.
Hey, how are you doing?
Very well, please
40-year-old
go ahead.
resident from Greenpoint coming here, and I think one of the big things is there was no proper outreach done with this project. As you could tell from how everybody's reacting to this, everybody's all over the place, and I think the only thing that all of us could agree on is none of us like any of these ideas. No one's going to be happy with any of these ideas for that. I don't think the DOT did a good enough job also in presenting their presentation of this. There's a lot of missing information. There's also a lot of missing safety issues. If you're on Mcguinness Boulevard, making a left-hand turn onto Broome Street, that is one of the least visible left-hand turns in Greenpoint. Not even mentioned. And why are we putting more bike lanes in the neighborhood if we already have underutilized bike lanes in the neighborhood? Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Andrew, N-A-N-I-A.
Thank you. It's Andrew Nania. I'm a 16-year homeowner in North Greenpoint. I just want to make an observation that all 3 of the plans presented would increase the effective crossing distance for pedestrians. It's obvious to all of us also that it would restrict traffic entirely. I don't quite understand why all of the positions would increase the distance for pedestrians, with the only thought given to how it would be safer really is on general slowing of traffic over Mcguinness and on increasing the crossing distances, both of which could be achieved without putting bike paths in, which could be rerouted elsewhere through the neighborhood, like people have said, and without restricting traffic. Slowing traffic to safe speeds is one thing, restricting it is unnecessary. I'm against any plan that's going to remove lanes.
Thank you. Next. William?
Sorry, I think it's going mute. Is A-N-I-A and your last name.
Ania?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Was I on mute?
No. No. You're good, Andrew. Thank you. Ania. A-N-I-A. Okay. Next.
Okay.
Can you-
are
Sorry.
you there?
Okay. Go ahead.
Yes. Thank you for having me. Last name R-H-O-D-E-S.
Ania, what's your last name?
R-H-O-D-E-S.
Thank you. Go ahead.
The fact that the DOT representative said that all the traffic will have to find other places to go, and that will include our small residential narrow streets. I live on Exford Street, which is one of the most narrowest streets, as even a regular-sized snowplow cannot get onto our street. So all the drivers coming off trying to find a different route can increase the accidents on our small, narrow street. And the fact that there is no option without a bike lane is astounding if we're actually talking about safety. Bikers at large don't abide by stopping at red lights and stop signs as it is already. And putting a bike lane on Mcguinness Boulevard will further endanger pedestrians and cyclists more. Like, as an example, in Mcguinness' Instagram account, there's a video showing a rally of bikers blowing through the red light traffic and actually physically stopping cars from moving just so all the cyclists can get through. And I think that's just flouting that they can do whatever they want and making it more dangerous.
Okay, thank you, Ania. Next.
Thank you.
Bryan, Mayers, Maygers.
Hi, yeah. I'm a resident at Nassau and Newell Street, cross Mcguinness every day, frequent cyclist, and I echo a lot of the points that everyone has made in support of Plan B about safety. I'd like to also raise two things I haven't heard today, which is that a much calmed down Mcguinness would be a much friendlier environment for small businesses in a lot of ways. Currently, it's loud and ugly, and people avoid it like the plague. If I were a business owner, I think I would want increased foot traffic. And the second thing is that fossil fuels are murdering the planet, and we have a moral obligation to not center automobile traffic in any of our policy choices anymore. Thanks.
You next.
D. Keller, Keller.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Please go ahead.
Hello? Hello?
Yes. Yes. We can hear you.
I don't think that improvements can favor specific groups. Businesses are not in favor of this. No outreach has been done. As far as safety, I see bikes choosing to ride on main busy streets, dangerous streets, with children and infants on the back. So I don't know what they think is safe. Where does all the traffic go? The traffic isn't going to disappear. So Freeman Street also, we're already bearing 2 bus routes, a bike lane, and a street full of sinkholes, not potholes. So what happens to us and what happens to our parking too? That's it.
Okay, Ms. Keller, what's your first name?
Dolores.
Dolores, thank you. Please go. Next.
Dan, Keecer.
Hello, this is Dan. 1 second. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Yes, I just wanted to voice my support for the option B. I think it's a good first step. The road diet is necessary, and I appreciate not speaking during my turn. Thank you, and I'll cede the rest of my time.
Thank you, Dan. And no interruptions, please. Keep it civil. Thank you so much. Who's next?
We just have the name David.
That's me. Last name Ruperti. I've lived on Nassau Avenue for over a decade, across Mcguinness multiple times a day. I've seen how dangerous it is firsthand. I want to express full support for a real road diet. And I agree with people who have said that option B is a good start, but it's not quite there. And I want to make sure that we prioritize pedestrian safety and over parking, and definitely over profit. And want to make sure that we get this right. I'm thinking of Zach's presentation and how we're living with changes that were made decades ago. I don't want to get this wrong and leave future generations with a design that bakes in car culture. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Old Kennedy.
Hi there. My name's Cole, and I live on Mcguinness between India and Huron. I strongly support the elimination of 2 lanes of traffic as shown in Plan B at an absolute minimum. But I really encourage DOT to implement.
Okay, whoever's interrupting is going to get kicked out. So just knock it off, whoever that is. Go ahead.
I
Cole.
encourage DOT to implement a far more ambitious redesign that includes concrete protected bike lanes with a safe connection to Pulaski Bridge. People keep saying we can reroute the bike lanes elsewhere, but my bike doesn't float across the Newton Creek. So I want pedestrian islands. I want corner daylighting. I want bioswales, loading zones, all of the other diverse, safe street improvements. I look out my window right now, right behind this camera, and it's dangerous and dirty on McGuinness. These 4 wide lanes encourage speeding. They enable reckless behavior. I get woken up every night by aggressive drag racing. During the day, it's nonstop horns, speeding, and illegal 53-foot trailers belching fumes. I've witnessed potentially deadly flash flooding. And last fall, while I was biking on McGuinness, I was nearly killed by a speeding car while I was on my bike. I didn't want to be the next Matthew Jensen. That's why I'm here tonight. Enforcement is not enough to make McGuinness safe. We need design that prevents these dangerous conditions in the first place. It's an opportunity to make a transformative investment in the neighborhood and to create an essential connection between boroughs and set an example for the entire city. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm not sure how many more speakers we have on this item, but we do need to move it along. So I'm going to have to do a hard stop in after the next 5 speakers, but don't worry, your comments will be registered if you email them to the board office, and because we have to talk about Berry Street, and that's a whole other thing. Okay, so I appreciate your sentiments. There's a lot of repetition. I think you can appreciate that it is now 9:45, and we will be here until past midnight if we go. I'm sorry that we're going to have to cut it off, but we'll do 5 more speakers. And William, if you will call the next 5, please.
Okay, David, Shanton.
Hi. So I'm a homeowner of 20 years on Mcguinness Boulevard, and absolutely, it is. I live every day how unsafe and watch how unsafe, how dirty, how noisy it is. My question is, I guess some things I didn't hear before. One is, I noticed in the Cooper Park presentation there was a notation about how many parking spots would be lost, and I think it would be important to know that. And I want to make clear the context of that, about the scale of how much movement would need to happen, how many vehicles, particularly for homeowners. The second thing is, and it's very personal to me, is to better understand the loading options in a 2-lane street, because I have a 98-year-old father who I've got to get in and out of vehicles for medical appointments and things like that. And it was not clear to me in that plan how I would navigate that as a resident of McGuinness Boulevard.
Thank you, Mr. Shin. Next.
Edward Joseph.
Eric, I'm sorry, but there are people on this call that have been waiting for 3 hours to speak, and they want to be heard publicly. Can we cut the comments to 30 seconds and let people speak who want to speak?
Okay, 30 seconds.
Okay, 30 seconds.
So actually, it would be helpful if folks just said, I support plan A, B, or C, or whatever. I appreciate the personal references to how you deal, that you have to cross McGuinness, et cetera, but the repetition, I think you'll understand, is a little daunting. So if you would just say, keep it to 30 seconds, and that'll be it.
That
Okay,
might
thank
not
you,
be what people want to say, Eric. I mean,
well,
I think 30 seconds is great. 30 seconds.
Bronwyn, thank you. Say whatever you can say in 30 seconds. Next.
Elliot Hoffman.
Oh, this is Edward Joseph. What you called my name?
Yeah, I guess it's just that Elliot, but it's Edward Joseph, I guess.
Yeah, well, it is Edward, not Elliot. Thank you for the 30 seconds. I've heard everybody. I'm supporting Plan B. I'm a resident in Williamsburg. I've lived in Greenpoint and Williamsburg since 2013. I work in the area. I work from the Navy Yard, Manhattan, Greenpoint. I own a car. I own a bike. I prefer commuting to work and shopping by bike or walking. I do not like driving around here. It's not efficient. It's not any faster. If you look at your average speed that you're
Okay,
maintaining, door to
I'm sorry, Mr.
All right.
Joseph.
Thank
We got you.
No,
Plan
it's
B.
30
Don't like
seconds.
driving. I hear you. Next.
Evelyn, that's all we have. Just Evelyn.
Hi, yes, my last name is Duel, D-U-L.
You go ahead.
Okay, so the first thing I wanted to do is I wanted to ask if they could, if DOT can introduce a plan that does not include the 17-foot extension to each side, because I noticed that every plan did include the extension. Secondly, I want to say that every single plan proposed had an ADA violation, as people in wheelchairs cannot access, if entering or exiting a vehicle, they cannot get front door access. So every single plan proposed had ADA violations. I also work with a government agency that needs to provide adequate communication, and 11 a.m. to 4 p.m. workshops and online surveys are insufficient. There should be verbal and written communication where people can respond to
Okay,
give
thank you.
everyone a chance.
Thank you. Sorry, next.
Francoise, Olivas.
Can I jump in here? I think I might have been skipped in the E's.
Next, Francoise, go ahead.
Does Elliot want to go?
Yeah, I'll be super quick. Thanks. Just want to express my strong support for Plan B. Not only does this create safer environment for pedestrians and cyclists, but also motorists. It keeps the parking better for businesses. Having alternative transit, like active transit, like walking and biking, studies show that it increases spending by about 30 to 40%, and those people are more likely to be repeat customers for concerned business owners. So I join the other more than 2,500 people that are in support of this, and I respect and strongly support Plan B. Thank you.
Thank you, Elliot. Next, Francois.
Eric, this is Kevin. Point of order. Can
Yeah.
we please kick Sir Lemon Squeeze out, who's commented several times out of order, booing?
Yes, please, Jerry. Please
Sir
mute
Don
Sir
Lemon
Lemon
Squeeze.
Squeeze or whatever.
Thank you.
Please mute that. Thank you, Kevin. Thank you very much. Francois, please go.
So the conversation about where the 30 to 50% of that traffic will go. I am a resident of West Street, part of the West Street Block Association. West Street shows up as a shortcut when Mcguinness is congested. Residents and small businesses have been advocating for safe streets here. We have active construction with the towers. We have a drive-in with a liquor license. We have venues that bring over 1,000 visitors a day, often taking cars. We have car shows, we have drag racing, we have motorcycle shows, which lead to racing up and down the street. We also have 2 early childhood centers, which just opened, as well as a total of 5 within a 4-block radius that are constantly crossing West Street. The proposed plan would significantly impact West Street. And so I'm asking for a comprehensive traffic study to be done, because what is going to end up happening here is we're passing
comprehensive traffic study. Got it.
and an economic and environmental impact study as well, because we're going to end up losing another person.
Next,
otherwise.
thank you, Francois. Next.
GUILLAUMERISCHARD.
Sorry about my name. As someone who's been in the shoes of the Queen's Board and DOT, I want to offer my sympathy. You come out of an evening like this, your head spins. But something to reflect on is that no one of all my neighbours who have thought is in favour of more traffic deaths. We should go with a plan that minimises this. I'm in favour of the road diet in my neighbourhood. I'm in favour of Plan B. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next.
D. Keller, KELLER.
I think we heard D. Keller already.
Oh, okay, they didn't raise their hands. Okay, so let me go to the next column. We got Jeannie, JEANINE.
Yes, Janine Ballone, BALLONE, resident for 56 years on Mcguinness Boulevard. Have a car. Plan B is the only way to go. And by the way, I agree. Residents and all the businesses will have much more opportunity on a really chilled boulevard. Thank you.
Hey, can you just spell your name for me one more time? Your last name?
BALLONE. Sorry, I have laryngitis.
No, it's fine. I'm sorry. Thank you very much. Next.
We have John, and please spell your last name.
Agnello, Agnello.
Please go ahead.
Okay. What I firmly believe that McGuinness Boulevard is an essential artery for this neighborhood, for the community and the businesses. I believe that shutting down any traffic will just put it into the neighboring streets and make things worse. I'd like to commend DOT for their diligence in their presentation tonight. And I'd also like to comment on the fact that there's been minimal outreach to this neighborhood about this. Most people in this neighborhood know nothing about this meeting or these proposals, and DOT needs to be aware of that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Next. John, please take your hand down. Next. God. Okay, so we're going to go with James Fish, Wojciechowicz? Wojciechowicz.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
lifelong resident, 57 years on this earth, in Greenpoint, live around the corner on Eckford Street and between Norman and Mesrel. Listen, I've seen this neighborhood the way it's been, and I can honestly tell you, with the idea of all these buildings going up and the parking spaces not being around, takes me sometimes an hour to look for a spot. And I understand the safety that you guys want to push through, and I understand it completely. But it's going to create havoc on those local streets, and I believe that it's going to be nothing but a problem for all of us residents. Like I said, I want to see if the gentleman, what's his name, the gentleman who runs the bike, is he going to find spots for me for my car at 5 o'clock at night, 6 o'clock at night, trying to look for a spot? I mean, I think it's ridiculous, but you know what?
Okay.
And I want to just say thanks, Lincoln Russell. Thanks for taking my information. I appreciate it.
Okay, thanks. Next. Okay, Margina Borlert.
Hi, yes, I feel like I won the lottery. Okay, I'll be quick. So I'm in support of something like B. I think it can use some improvements, but it's a really, really great start. It supports many interests. Pedestrians, which I think is important to note, are the main people using it. Bikers, emergency vehicles, as they can much more quickly get into a bike lane than they can move cars. Sorry, you know what I mean? Get into a bike lane more quickly than in the way of cars. And then drivers, and choice B does not eliminate parking. I think that's really important to note. So a lot of folks are upset about parking. I think B is just a great compromise. I am very much in support of removing 2 traffic lanes.
Thank you. Next.
Thank you.
Willis. Next. Willis.
Hey, Eric. So yeah, I mean, I feel like this is such a major project that's at hand, and some of the earlier people have commented too, like there's so many specific intersections that are important to discuss. And I just feel like the DOT needs to spend more time, like having this as one agenda item on Transportation Committee. I'm not blaming CB, but for DOT, there needs to be more involved dialogue about this, because you presented 3 plans tonight, but there's so many details. All these intersections like Greenpoint, everything that people have mentioned really needs to be understood. And I think the other thing too is just like, we need to understand all the different sort of basic scenarios that people face. Putting the onus on the community for all of us to sort of argue about our own opinions and, estimations of what's going to happen isn't fair. We need the agency, traffic engineers, to give us a little bit of a reality about what's happening. If someone's on a bike and they want to get from this section to this section, how is that going to happen? If someone works at a business or needs to get loading, how is that going to happen? So we need to play out these different scenarios and not rely on community members with strong opinions to be deciding the fate of this road. It's a massive,
Willis.
massive project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Love you, Eric.
I love you too, Willis.
Next
Okay.
is Josh, and your last name?
Last name is Steinberg, Steinberg.
Okay, go ahead.
And I just want to go on the record that I reject options A and C and support Plan B as the bare minimum required to fix the public space. Mcguinness Boulevard and all of our roads are our public space, and they should be livable and accessible to all community residents. Doing so requires reducing the space dedicated to the high-speed movement of cars and the storage of cars. And I expect that most of the community agrees, given that most of the community doesn't own a car. So just want to go on record supporting Plan B. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, everybody, I'm so sorry. It is now 10 o'clock. We still have the Berry Street presentation, and I am sorry that I'm going to end public comment here. I will remind everyone that you can email your comments for the record as part of this report to bko1@nyc.gov/c.cv. So I'm sorry that you waited. I hope that you heard people supporting your position, and that if you didn't get a chance to speak, you are not unheard. If you email your comments, I'm keeping track of the comments that are coming through the community board. This will not be the last time we're going to talk about Mcguinness, but we really do need to do a hard stop right now and move on to Berry Street. So with that, I want to thank DOT for the presentation. I want to thank everyone for their patience and for their comments and for their just their input. It's a lot, but we're coming back to this. Don't worry. We have a long road to hoe with Mcguinness Boulevard. So again, thank you for your indulgence. And Berry Street, and I'm just going to make a comment on Berry Street for the public comments. We will hear the speakers that signed up. We are not going to hear 50,000 people saying I like the Berry Street open street. If it cannot be a repetitive statement on that. So if you've already emailed the board office saying that you support Berry Street, we have you noted. If you haven't done that, please email the board office saying that you support Berry Street or you oppose Berry Street open street. And I just want to put that as a caveat on the front end. And that's it, just because in the interest of time, it's a lot. So I apologize in advance, but we're trying to do our best with this. So now I recognize Kyle Gorman, if he's still here.
Hi, Eric. Good evening. I'm actually going to kick it to Emily Weidenhoff, who's going to start.
Great. Thanks, Kyle. Thanks, everyone, for your perseverance to get to this point this evening. My name is Emily Weidenhoff, and I'm the Director of Public Space here at DOT. And as you may have heard earlier in Karin's presentation, we are a unit that thinks about streets as public space, and with a whole host of different programs ranging from open streets to street seats, shared streets, and plazas. And we're excited to be here tonight to share with you next steps for Berry Street. Next slide. Open Streets is now in its third season, and it's officially a permanent program. We went from an emergency response program with just barricades to now really working hard to think more strategically and holistically about how to manage streets for a whole host of different uses across the city. We have over 150 locations with even more to come this summer, over 300 blocks, over 120 community partners. Our focus this year really is on equity and targeting New York City street plan priority investment areas, but also growing sustainable operations for our partners and looking to increase school participation as well. Next slide. Next slide. We're really grateful to have the North Brooklyn Open Streets Community Coalition as our partner here. They stepped up and gave the community much needed open space in a really challenging time over the course of the pandemic. They're a group that is made up of a whole host of neighbors and community-based organizations and businesses all coming together to collaboratively support a bicycle and pedestrian priority street on Barry. They are our partner for the open street moving forward, which is next slide, a limited local access street. This is a corridor where we strongly discourage vehicles from entering unless they have to be on the street for local deliveries, for pickup and drop off, for parking. But really, we want to prioritize pedestrians and cyclists. And with that, I'm going to turn it back over to Kyle to talk a little bit about our community outreach.
Thank you, Emily. Hello, everybody. Thank you again for having us tonight. I'm going to just briefly go over a lot of the outreach that we've been conducting on the open streets here in North Brooklyn. The program initially launched as an emergency COVID response program, adding the much needed open space for social distancing, supporting small businesses, and really building community. We are now working towards the goals set forth in the legislation to make open streets a permanent program, which actually requires the agency to take a look at existing sites and see what different types of traffic calming or public realm amenities could be potentially incorporated into those corridors. And as a part of that, we've been doing a whole suite of different types of engagement since December 2020 related to Berry Street, in particular with various types of surveys, workshops. I've been here in Community Board 1 quite a number of times since December 2020, and we're continuing that conversation, of course, tonight. And something to also just mention that goes without saying is that we're always working in close coordination, not only internally with all of our different planning units at DOT, but also with our city agency partners really across the entire city, but most notably our emergency service partners at the NYPD, the fire department, and all the other sort of great operational agencies that we work with to make New York City run. So just to briefly highlight, this has already been presented to the community board. We heard from over 2,000 folks in the initial survey, very hyper-local data, the majority of people living within Community Board 1. Most folks are identifying as a pedestrian when they're using the streets, and they're visiting several times a week. Only about a quarter of folks indicate that they use the open street while driving. So we also asked folks how they wanted to see these corridors used in the future. People really had a lot of different types of lots of different types of uses for the corridor. In particular, people wanted to be able to walk, use it as part of their daily commute, exercise, bike, get together through various types of events and programming, and also driving and other types of uses. Then we held some vision workshops back about a year ago to sort of build on the feedback that was presented in that survey that I just spoke about. People really identified open streets as community hubs. The lack of through traffic really generally made the street feel quieter and safer, especially for pedestrians and cyclists. But there was a lot of room for improvement with the existing configuration. A central theme of our program really is thinking beyond the barrier, and people really wanted to see the streets redesigned for the outcomes that we are really trying to achieve here. And then a lot of people also indicated that even before the pandemic, they felt some sort of safety issues on these corridors, and there's definitely room for improvement in terms of traffic safety and other types of improvements. Just last month, we held a workshop where I think many of the folks who are on the call tonight were able to drop by and give us some of their feedback on some of the design thinking that we've put together for Berry Street. Really overwhelmingly, we heard people really like the fact that we were trying to actually have designs that codify bike and pedestrian priority in these spaces, as well as strengthening the connection between existing open spaces, different businesses, and other institutions within the corridor. A persistent issue that was flagged, though, was that, generally speaking, in and out of open streets, there definitely needs to be a lot more loading and delivery space on the corridor. So thinking about strategic places to add that, really making sure that Berry Street remains as a local access corridor only while prioritizing bikes and pedestrians, but, balancing the need for, some level of parking, the loading that I just described. And also a lot of people finally were really interested to hear that some of our design solutions really do try to think beyond the barrier, like I mentioned earlier. That's a central theme of the program. and trying to think of different solutions that don't require on this operational feature, as well as some of the other street furniture and public realm amenities that we proposed. So now the sort of real sort of big announcement today is talking through some of the design proposals and the operational considerations moving forward. Just to set the stage ever so slightly, you know, as many of you know, DOT is committed to doing a whole suite of making sure our streets are as safe as possible through Vision Zero, and that definitely applies here on Berry Street as well. Berry Street actually also falls within our Safe Streets for Seniors area, so we want to make sure that our roads are, you know, as straight as possible for all road users, but especially seniors. Within the context of the number of injuries and fatalities that have occurred over the years, there has been quite a number of injuries across all types of road users, but as well as quite a number of severe injuries between 2016 and 2020 across the entire Berry corridor. So like I was saying earlier, there were persistent issues related to traffic safety that did actually take place on Berry Street before we designated as an open street. In 2020, though, we did see the lowest number of crashes since the most recent data that's available. So just lastly, before I hand it over to Jessica to walk us through some of the specifics, just to sort of set the stage for tonight, really, the main goal of our proposal is you know, pretty robust. We want to build on the success of the open street that has been established, where we've seen a lot of people, you know, making use of open streets and bike and pedestrian priority streets, and strengthening the connections between the existing green spaces at Domino Park and McCarran Park, this park-to-park connection, as well as codifying two-way cycling along the entire corridor, different types of gateway treatments that Jessica will walk us through, as well as some different types of management and operational layers. So lots of good stuff to come on the corridor, and looking forward to presenting it to you now. So Jessica, go ahead and take it away.
Thanks, Kyle. So just to start out, just defining what a bike boulevard is. Bike boulevards are corridors designated and designed for bicycle travel. They calm traffic for all road users, pedestrians, cyclists, and vehicles, with a set of design interventions. The Berry proposal builds on the success of the open street and codifies designs for bike and ped priority. The design elements include, so both generally and specifically on Berry, route planning, direct access to destinations, speed and traffic volume management, slow vehicle speeds and reduced vehicle volumes, signs, wayfinding, pavement markings, easy to find and easy to follow, street crossings, minimal cyclist delay at minor street crossings, and safe and convenient crossings at major streets. Next slide. And just looking a little bit at one of the bike boulevards that we implemented last fall, this is 39th Avenue in Queens. You can see this is a similarly like pretty low density, well, similar for part of the corridor, pretty low density residential neighborhood. And you can see our toolkit in this photo as well, with markings and epoxy gravel and flex delineators. And so, sorry, no, Kyle, that was great. Keep going. So looking at our proposal more specifically, so this is a typical block on Berry. And so that would formalize the two-way cycling, adding guidance through the intersections with the green paint that's protected by that pedestrian space. It would include the shared street symbol and the shared street color at the entry points and exit points of the corridor or of the block, making clear to drivers that are both crossing the corridor and on the corridor that this is a special type of space. It includes the mid-block symbol, the mid-block message, 5 miles per hour, along with our advisory 5 mile per hour speed limit signage. And it would include pedestrian islands and extensions with planters to calm traffic at the turns. So as people are turning on, they're slowed a little bit. Next slide. As part of this proposal, we're also including a couple of reversals. Reversing traffic for a block or two at a time breaks up the through traffic. So while maintaining local vehicular access intact. So people will still be able to get to their homes. They will still be able to get all of their deliveries. But they won't be able to use Berry as one through route all on its own. The way that we chose these blocks to reverse, so part of it was looking at gateways, so blocks upstream in the corridor are most effective at reducing volumes. The largest reduction is on reverse blocks themselves, thus beneficial where pedestrian use is particularly high or where there are nearby destinations such as the Bedford L station, and where the roadway slopes down, reversals are effective in reducing the speed of motor vehicles. Next slide. And so looking a little bit closer at those volumes and looking at making sure that our design is meeting the predominance of users, right? So on the blocks that we're reversing, you know, at a minimum, we see 4 times the number of PEDs than we, 10 times the number of PEDs than we do cars. And so again, these car volumes are very, very low and the PED volumes are pretty high. So we really want to make sure that our infrastructure is meeting the local needs. Next slide. And so looking at what a reversal block looks like, right? So this mid block or this middle block would be vehicular traffic would be heading to the left, and the 2 blocks on either end would be heading to the right, right? So southbound versus northbound. And so you can see it maintains the 2-way for cyclists, right? Including all of that green guidance and all of that protection from the typical block. While misaligning the vehicular traffic, so it's clear that vehicles can't continue in the direction that they are going. It reduces motor vehicles from using it as a through corridor while maintaining the access. And then it also incorporates all of the slower, the shortened crossings, as well as the expanded ped space and the way that we are slowing people as they turn onto the corridor. Next slide. And then looking a little bit at some of the more specific blocks that are a little bit different than the others along the corridor. So this is the Northern Gateway at North 12th Street. So you can see we're widening the crosswalk, widening the crossing, widening the sidewalk there at the entrance to the park, and shortening the crossings at along North 12th. Next slide. And then between South 6th and Broadway, we're working within the existing open restaurant or working with the existing open restaurant. And this is another reversal. So this will again act as a gateway to the entire corridor while maintaining access via South 6th. Next slide. And then at Grand and Kent, this is one where we are making some pretty significant changes to the intersection. So currently there's a left turn bay, which has very, very low volumes. So we are going to create what's called an offset crossing so that one, cyclists and vehicles meet more at a perpendicular angle rather than at sort of an angle that makes it very difficult for vehicles to see the cyclists, and 2, gives pedestrians sort of a respite as they're crossing the street. It also shortens the crossing, and then we're also adding crosswalks here. Next slide. And then another thing that we have heard all through our outreach is this sort of persistent problem of trucks parking at the entrance to blocks, both blocking the vehicular access, but also making it incredibly dangerous for people crossing the street, right? It blocks visibility. So we are incorporating neighborhood loading zones along the corridor on the side streets to accommodate that loading need. Next slide. And then looking at some of the work we've done in other parts of the city, shared streets. And so again, this will show you what our toolkit looks like. So planters, epoxy gravel, flexible delineators. And then you can also see where vehicles have access. That's our shared street color versus the ped space color. Next slide.
And then also looking at street seats where we turn parking lanes into public space. So adding amenities like planters, movable furniture, and bike parking. We would look to do that across the corridor where we have local partners. Slide. And so looking at next steps. So we would be looking to implement end of summer, early fall. Once we implement, we never just like walk away. So there would be ongoing evaluation and outreach, a post-implementation feedback survey. And then in 2023, continued public engagement, the Barry South 5th to Grand Street project, and continued North Brooklyn Public Realm visioning, and then long-term capital project visioning. Thank you.
Does that complete the presentation?
Yes.
Kyle shaking his head yes. That's a yes. Okay. Committee members. Oh wait, I'm sorry. I just need to recognize Councilwoman Gutierrez for comments before we go to the committee.
Hi, Erin, can you hear me?
Yes, please. Yep, we got you.
Thank you, Eric. I'll be speedy. I've been on this for not as long as all of you. So thank you to DOT and thank you everyone for being so patient. I do want to ask some specific questions, but maybe I'll do that on the side. I just want to raise two main things. One, I do think that Open Streets is a really beneficial program. I was very supportive of it during the pandemic. I think it relieves our community of a lot of open space alternatives that we just don't have. And we've all highlighted just how toxic our air quality is, and prioritizing pedestrians in these instances and in this community, I think obviously is extremely beneficial. I just want to raise that my main qualm with the Open Streets rollout prior to this initiative was that it obviously was not equitable. We saw that in different parts of District 34. I share Berry Street with Councilmember Lincoln Ressler, and we see where the division is clear. And so what I would love to see from DOT is where the opportunity is for Open Streets. I know you're talking about safety mitigations, which I think is great, well needed. I just would love to see a angle of more equity when we're talking about support for Open Streets, support for those organizations and volunteers that are basically operating the Open Streets. So would love to hear more about that. And then my second piece is the support for PS 84. Not too long ago, they joined CB1 in asking for our support in their Play Streets application. I was there recently, I've been there multiple times. We really need to ask DOT to look at some of these side streets as well, and what the expansion of Open Streets can look at to support this model of pedestrian safety, this model of Open Streets. PS 84 is struggling to keep cars, delivery workers, anyone on motorized wheels off of their play streets during school hours, and they really need your support. And I say this because obviously PS 84 is adjacent to Berry Street. So in sum, I would love to hear more about the equity piece on Open Streets and making sure that it's extended through my district. I love the safety mitigations. I'll be here to hear from more folks on how we can continue to improve that, and just want to pay particular attention to 84 and their needs for play streets. Thank you, Eric. Thank you all.
Thank you, Jennifer, Councilwoman. Okay, committee. I see Paul.
Yep. Thanks, Eric.
I see Paul. Go ahead, Paul.
Yeah. I'll be brief. I just want to thank the DOT for continuing to iterate on Berry Street. I think it's an amazing amenity for our neighborhood. You know, I go out of my way to walk on Berry Street when I get the opportunity. People are jogging. It's become just like integral to our community, and it's truly so pleasant to have these kind of car light places in our neighborhood. And so I'm looking forward to this, and I'm looking forward to the next steps. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Paul. Bronwyn?
Thank you, Eric. And thank you, Kyle and Jessica and Emily for your presentation. I also just wanted to just voice my support for what a fantastic amenity this is for our neighborhood. I also go out of my way to take Berry Street when I'm commuting north-south in Williamsburg, and I love taking my kids there. They think it's so novel to be able to walk in the middle of the street. And I hope that we see a day when that is not as novel as it is now, but I'm so happy that they get to experience this little bit of it. I'd love to see more permanent installations of open street amenities. I love the street seating imagery that you showed. So I'd love to see this taken even further, maybe by introducing a plaza block somewhere on Berry Street. But I think that whatever we can do to support pedestrian and bicyclist safety and engagement on Berry Street is a real amenity for our neighborhood. And I love seeing the extension of some of these safety improvements to Kent as well, because I think I'd love to see more of that on Kent to facilitate pedestrian crossing and usage of Kent as well. So thank you.
Thank you, Bronwyn. Karen Nieves.
Point of order.
Hi.
Sorry, point of order.
You're not a committee member. You can't call a point of order. I'm sorry. Karen, go ahead.
I mean, I'm taken back actually by this proposal, and I'm really upset at the fact that it's 10:30 at night and we're gonna be rushed. And I really need, I have a lot of questions that I need answers to. And I mean, this proposal, I'm all for open streets, don't get me wrong, but this is really, really aggressive. And I'm concerned because there are businesses that have concerns, address their concerns to DOT, and at the same token, nothing has been accommodated or done for them. So I'm in particular with the reversal of the streets, how are you going to accommodate those manufacturers that are still there that need to get their truck and their deliveries mid-block, which are having difficulty right now? So I have a lot of questions, which obviously it's 10:30, so I'm not going to be able to go through everything.
Go through them, Karen. Go through them.
No, I'm not, because I want to take my time, and we should have really went slowly block by block. So I want to know, you're telling me that this is going to be implemented by late summer, early fall. When are we going to have an opportunity to go over this plan again? Because right now I'm like furious that this is being shoved right before break, and more community people are not going to have the opportunity to voice their opinions or concerns or to add to it. So I want to know what is going to be the next process in which we're going to be able to voice our concerns or add to things.
Kyle?
Sorry, I can.
Yeah, go ahead.
I can jump in. I mean, Karen, certainly, if you, if you would like to write down a lot of your questions, and we can certainly have a back and forth, and be able to walk you through more specifically. These were designs that we shared with a very large group of folks when we had our.
Did you share this with the businesses? Did you share this with the businesses? You're talking about North 12th Street, okay, putting, neck downs when there's still tractor trailers that make those turns. There's still a truck route there. And then you still have manufacturers that are down by North 5th Street that are having issues right now with pedestrians when they're trying to load and unload and back into the trailers with cyclists, and they're not being able to get their deliveries. So these are real concerns and issues. I'm like so frustrated at this point.
This is crazy.
I'm really frustrated.
Eric, can I say something? It's Mary O'Domarok.
Let Karen finish.
Okay.
what I would like is more time for discussion and feedback. Not at the right when we're gonna break, when the community board is gonna break, and we're gonna be now in September, and you're saying that this is gonna be implemented by the end of the summer. This is not fair. It's not fair to the community. I'm done.
Thank you, Karen. Karen, I have to agree. This proposal is a lot more, I think the word was aggressive, than I was expecting to see. And all I could think as it was being presented was that there's so much in this new plan. And, you know, the board doesn't meet again until September. You're not really asking for a vote on it. And yeah, the implementation by the end of the summer to put all this stuff in. I mean, again, I have support for open streets where they work, but like, and the I don't know, directional changes. Once I heard direction changes, I don't know. I part of me wants to adjourn this item and have it back on the July calendar for a more substantive discussion, because Karen's right, it is 10:30, and I know there are a lot of people that signed up to speak on this, and I know there's a lot, but I think that you can, both the committee and the public can see that the amount of detail in this plan is quite significant. And honestly, this was not what I was expecting to see tonight. And yes, there are good things about the Berry Street open street, but you know, just the issues that Karen raises in terms of the business uses, I'm really not seeing that addressed. It would have been nice to have a few pages in the PowerPoint that actually mentioned how you were accommodating businesses. And not to be diminutive, but instead of this feel good, you know, the parking seating and this kind of thing.
Sure. So I just wanna just a few super quick things. You know, Barry itself is not a truck route. A huge part of
but
the
North Falls is.
neighborhood, a huge part of the neighborhood loading zones, and us placing those at regularized intersections are very much about accommodating deliveries and loading activity in the neighborhood. Again, we are not blocking
But when you say,
traffic.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, just to interrupt for a second, but when you're saying loading, there's a big difference between FedEx and UPS versus the businesses that use, and I'm not even talking about the tractor trailers. You know, there's other heavy vehicles that actually need access to the area. And, you know, UPS and FedEx is one thing, but you know, the needs of the industrial businesses is something entirely different. And when I say that it would have been nice, or not even nice, it would have been appropriate to have seen a treatment for those specifically for commercial and industrial uses.
Could you be a little more specific? Because we do, you know, the street is designed for an SU30 turning vehicle. Again, we're not blocking access on Berry Street. So could you be a little more specific about what you feel is a negative impact to anyone in the IBZ?
So, you know, I am not an expert on the industrial businesses, and Karen is. And what I think would be appropriate, either at a July Transportation Committee meeting or at a separate meeting with the businesses that Karen is detailing specifically, I think it might be useful to address some of those concerns, because Karen's hearing, and Karen, correct me if I'm wrong, that you're hearing that from the businesses that they've reached out to DOT, but they've either not heard back or there haven't been any conversations as to the uses. Karen, is that a fair statement?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, so that's an important point, because they really, these concerns need to be addressed, and we've had issues like this with other plans where we brought in the businesses and we've had conversations, and DOT has worked. Jessica's been involved in those conversations where we've changed plans that were best case into what is the most practicable for the entire community. And I don't know. I asked the committee, is there a consensus to adjourn this item and bring it back in July for a more substantive, dedicated discussion?
Eric, can I just say something about that?
Yeah, I asked the committee.
Eric, I thought I was going to be speaking next. Mary
I'm sorry.
O'Donnell.
Yeah, actually, you're correct, Mary. I'm sorry, Brahma. Mary, can go ahead. Mary's been waiting to speak. Go ahead, Mary.
First of all, I wholly agree with Karen and yourself that we are getting
All
this.
these people with
pushed on
signs, they're getting paid for this. by
I'm sorry.
interest
I'm
groups.
sorry. Rosemary, do not interrupt. Next. Okay, go ahead, Mary.
I
Thank you.
totally agree with Karen and yourself that this is being pushed on us last minute. And for those of us, and first of all, I've not heard a single word about anyone mentioning concerns of residents who live along this corridor or on adjacent streets. Let me just say for the record, I live on this corridor. It has been a nightmare. I avoid Berry Street at all costs because my life is in danger because of those whizzing bikes and electric bikes that will run you over in a heartbeat. As far as postponing this meeting, I wholly agree with that. And I'd like to make a suggestion. I think that you've got to null and void whatever has been done in the past in terms of a survey or opinions. Every opinion for and against Berry Street now should contain the address of the person responding. And if you don't feel comfortable giving your address, give your zip code or give the intersection closest to your address. Because the people who live along this corridor have not been heard, have been disrespected, and we are getting the opinions of people who come here to party and do not have any stake in this area, okay? So I think that from now on, if anybody is for or against, you need to include those items. The other point I'd like to make is you mentioned loading zones, and you're going to use side streets for loading zones. Does that mean that you are going to remove parking along residential streets and have trucks parked on those streets to load and unload at all hours of the night to further cause a nightmarish condition on the side streets? And by the way, those bikes that are whizzing by on Berry Street are now turning into the residential streets, and they are not using the street. They are using the sidewalks. Okay, they are using the sidewalks to whiz by on their bikes. So Berry Street basically is ineffective for that use. Okay, and anybody who's walking along Berry Street, you're going to see dead rats on the street that are run over the night, through the night by
On the bikes.
Right, and they're coming out from under the sheds along that corridor, and the streets are filthy dirty. I don't even know if sanitation can can come down those streets or ignores those streets. You have turned this neighborhood into an absolute nightmare. Thank you.
That is the rudest
Thanks,
thing I've
Mary.
ever heard.
Thanks, Mary. I just want to make two quick comments. We agree with you. It's a great idea to get where people live based on their comments, and that's actually what we did. And so this is the map earlier in our presentation, and it can show you exactly where people live. A tremendous amount of local responses, even people who live on Berry Street specifically. I also want to reiterate that one of the challenges that you're talking about in terms of bike use, that's a big focus of this plan. The point is to formalize what is a very high demand that we see. We see a lot of cyclists using Berry Street. We see a lot of cyclists using Berry Street two ways. So a huge part of this plan is formalizing that movement so that everybody feels safer, and we're giving guidance and clarity, particularly at the intersection, so that pedestrians and cyclists can all mix and use this space in a much safer way. So I think that that's a really good point to highlight about the benefits of this design.
Eric, I just wanted to underscore the fact that there have been many people who have been waiting hours, at this point almost 4 hours, to speak, and it would be everyone on this call, including DOT, who has taken time out of their night to adjourn to have this conversation at a later point. I do think that this conversation should be continued at a later point, but I think that it is only fair to every person who is still on this call that we chug through. And it may be a marathon transportation committee, but I think most of us knew that coming into this meeting. And it would be an extreme injustice to also only recognize those speakers who have formally signed up. DOT, for context, only certain people on this call have actually signed up to formally speak. And there's been a kind of debate whether or not we should recognize community members who have been on the call for the last several hours, but did not go through the formal channels of signing up to speak, which has not been practice for the majority of our transportation committee meetings. In fact, any of them. So Eric, defer to you, but I really think that there's a lot of people who have spent their entire night being here tonight, and we owe them and DOT the justice of at least hearing what folks have to say.
I'd like to second that, William Vega.
I'd like to third that and also say, Eric and all, that this plan that we're seeing tonight, I saw it in mid-May when DOT had a public information session outside on a Saturday on Berry Street that was publicized. I knew about it somehow, and there were hundreds and hundreds of people there. There were, it was an event, and so what if this is not being just thrown at us all of a sudden without any notice. I've seen this exact presentation or the drawings from this 6 weeks ago. I agree that DOT needs to work with the businesses to make this open street work for everybody, but it is working right now. There's, as they said from their numbers, there are 10 times as many pedestrians on this street as there are cars. There are not injuries on Berry Street. People are not being bowled over by bicyclists. If we need to add more bike lanes on the perpendicular streets to facilitate access to Berry Street, great, let's do that. But I think that this street has been working successfully as an open street for 2 years. And there's no reason that we should all of a sudden need to adjourn this discussion point when we've known exactly what was going to be presented tonight for 6 weeks and had time to study and engage with DOT.
I have a question, Eric. Can I just ask her a question?
No, Erin, drink water.
So I think that I didn't see the proposal in May. I am very supportive of Berry Street as an open street. I use it myself. My partner and I walk down there. We walk our dog down there. I regularly commute home from work on Berry Street. It's a much more pleasurable experience than trying to ride up Bedford. But I also have my vet over there for my elderly cat, and it's the one time that I do use my car in the neighborhood, and have no problem traversing over there with my vehicle as well. I think formalizing the roadmap is going to be a huge benefit to some of the criticisms that the community has raised. The concern about, bikes whizzing down the road. That formalization of the traffic pattern, I think, will be very helpful. I do, respect Karen a lot and her concerns about the truck traffic and the reversals of the roadway and what that might do for the industrial businesses in the northern section of the road. And so if DOT has any information about that, that would be really helpful. But I agree we shouldn't adjourn. There's folks here who have been waiting. So if we can continue, I think we'd like to power through.
Eric,
You are.
Eric, if I may.
Okay.
Okay.
So here. Okay. Well, hang on. Okay. So, I think we've heard from everybody on the committee at least once.
Eric, I just have one question.
1 second,
Mary.
please. So we will hear Mary, William, Paul, and then we will go to the sign up list, and then we will recognize the public that didn't get a chance to sign up, and we will power through this on 1 minute, and that's 1 minute for people that signed up and for just the public in general. And I think we'll put this on the July calendar and bring it back for a more full discussion. Where we're not all completely exhausted. So what did I say? Mary, then Paul, then William.
I just have a comment and then a question. The comment is I still haven't heard anybody mention residents who live along this corridor. And secondly, I'd like to ask Branwen what her zip code is.
Okay, that's not appropriate, Mary. Thank you.
It is appropriate because it matters, Eric.
She's on the board. She uses the neighborhood
area. She does not live in this area.
I understand that, but she is a resident of North Brooklyn, and that is fine. Now, in terms of the other question, DOT put up the sign. There were a lot of dots. There were a lot of dots on Berry Street. That's their data. I take your point, but okay, Paul.
Yeah, I just wanted to also say
And
that
for the record, her Broman's probably address zip code is probably 11211 or 11222. So I'm just guessing. So just, okay. So Paul, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm looking at a screen full of people that support the plan and have been sitting here for 4 hours wanting to speak. And so I just want to hear from as many people as we can, because I think this is important.
Yeah. Okay. So William, be quick, and then we're going to go to the.
We have been talking about saving people's lives, but open streets has saved people's mental health. We would have lost a lot more neighbors if we didn't have the open space. Our neighbors are greet each other, meet each other, and actually talk to each other. So let's also remember that has provided mental wellness for many of our neighbors, open streets. Thank you.
Thank you, William. Okay, Jerry, please call the names.
Shannon Phipps.
Hi, William, we know we are neighbor. I'm not your neighbor, but I know my neighbors, and I didn't need an open street to know who my neighbors are. The conditions created by the open street have not been addressed by the DOT, and this plan is incredibly aggressive. It's going to cause even more of a negative impact. And we have 1,300 people who have signed a petition saying that they want the street to be restored to pre-pandemic. The seniors in my neighborhood have lost access to their homes. It's not going to be addressed by the trucks having loading zones. In fact, the DOT is scrambling to fix problems that they created. The two-way bikes, That's on the DOT. This was a pandemic response. What they did was they created a bunch of problems on Berry Street that didn't exist before. We didn't have the loading zone problems. We didn't have accessibility issues. It's really sad to me that you call yourselves neighbors and community members and you condemn the people that live here to live like this every single day. It's not right. It's very entitled. It's a lot different for you to use a street and commute than it is to live here. And our voices should absolutely count and we should weigh in and we should be considered more than someone who's just passing through. I don't want street furniture outside my house. None of my neighbors do. It's intrusive.
Okay.
What you
Thank you,
guys have
Shannon.
done to Berry Street. Thank you, Eric. Bye.
Next. Next, Jerry, please.
John Rosmus. Hello, everybody. I just wanted to say that I am fully against this proposal. You know, the residents over there have problems over there. They can't sleep at night. They can't park their cars over there. You block the streets everywhere. The quality of life went down tremendously. Now you want to go to Bedford and shut down the street over here, causing the same ruckus. You have partying and everything. People can't sleep. This is not right. This is not moral. And I'm against this. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Next.
Rosemary Espinal.
I second that, John Rosmus. I am against this. I go to Whole Foods and that street is blocked. I can't get through to the parking lot at Whole Foods because, you know, you guys close that street. And what are you guys doing? And who are you? And why are you doing this to the residents of Williamsburg and Greenpoint? Please rethink this plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Next. Next speaker, Jerry. Jerry? Okay, hold on. I have to listen.
Oh, Angie B. Simona Bars.
Thank you. Angie, go ahead.
Hi. Okay, William, I'm glad you brought up mental health and how it's been so great for everyone passing through, but you did not even address how the residents' mental health is affected by this. And the conditions that we, as a Berry Street adjacent resident, Browen is commenting on how wonderful it is, and she doesn't live on Berry Street. So you know, why are you speaking for us? I'm glad you're having this, you know, great experience from afar, but for us on Berry Street, no, it's a very different experience. And you know, where is it? Kevin Costa, you brought up about prioritizing those for Mcguinness, prioritizing those just passing through. And you call us NIMBYs when we say that. Oh gosh, I have so many notes, but I'm like furious right now. Air quality. Let's talk about air quality. You keep preaching air quality, yet you're siphoning all this traffic and congestion on the side streets. And how is that helping the climate crisis? You're increasing idle time and the congestion that causes the. Yeah, I'm good. You know what I mean. Thank you,
Angie. Next.
Simona Bars. Frank Melendez. Lucy Ferrari.
Hi. Again, it's also an emergency vehicle issue. Access. I haven't heard that being addressed, and that is definitely a concern of residents. ADA violations. Residents cannot access their homes. How are those vehicles going to access residents' homes? The dirt and filth on this street, it's outrageous. I've lived here for a very long time and I've never seen the streets as dirty. The events that have been gathering information, they're full of residents, not like people that don't live on the street is what I'm trying to say, bringing their dogs, doing chalk. None of those people live on the street. There's a park, a huge park on Kent. There's a huge park, McCarran. There's schoolyards. There's no lack of outdoor space that this false crisis, that is completely untrue. And this is a major redesign that is affecting traffic is backed up on Metropolitan.
Thank you, Lucy.
Traffic's backed up on Wythe.
Thank you, Lucy. Next.
Billy, no last name. Billy.
Next.
Chris Wald-Kirsch.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes.
Hello, hi. Hi, Chris. So I just want to say thank you, Eric, for noting that this is rushed, and I do feel that way too. I live on North 9th and Barry, and I just wanted to, I agree with a lot of the other concerns as well with the open street, but we are, we're a party destination, and that's just a reality. And in some ways we've managed, we try to keep it in check, but that is what we are in a big way. And the outdoor furniture idea, to me, it's just, it means that people will be even more than they already are invited to just drink and smoke weed outside all night and be very loud. And this is really true. This is what is happening now, and even on the stoops. And it's very, very loud. And this, I think, would
Thank you,
encourage.
Chris.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Chris. Next.
Sal Perovic.
Next.
Lisa, no last name. Diego D. Lydia Korchow.
Yes, this plan is definitely one-sided. It favors bicyclists and pedestrians. I'm not against clean air, but you do not consider the disabled citizens in this, residents in this area, the landlords, the tenants that have to put up with this noise and garbage and vermin running all over the place. It's a disgrace. We, as senior citizens, they can't get access to their accessorides. Uber, Lyft, they have to go down to corners with canes. You have not considered the residents, and there has been no adequate community outreach. That is a total lie. I visited people on Berry. They knew nothing about the permanent closure of Berry.
Thank you, Lydia. Next.
I have no other speakers.
Thank you. Public, I'm just going to go by my screen.
Can we do reverse alphabetical this time?
Sure.
So that
mine's all mixed up, but okay. That's fine. I can support that. So that would put Yefim Vidernoff.
Thank you. I've been waiting since the Mcguinness for a couple hours now. I just wanted to say that I'm a resident of Community Board 1, and I support permanent open street on Berry. My zip code is 11211. I love walking and will walk down Berry from my climbing gym on Berry and 14th to Cafe Mogador on Wythe and 8th, and it's much safer to walk down Berry than it is to walk down Wythe. I'm terrified of cars ever since I got hit biking in Sunset Park last October. I'm pro human life and pro the environment. Getting cars off the road and giving the space back to humans is critical to fighting climate change and preserving human life. We must all do our part. Please make Berry open street permanent. Consider implementing one block fully closed to traffic. I cede my time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. William R. Will R.
Hi.
What's your last name?
Ragazzino. Raggozino.
Okay, please go ahead. Thank you.
Yeah, I live on Bedford and North 10th. I've been a cyclist for 20 years in the city.
and I bike down Bedford every day. I totally support the open streets. And I know on Barry, it was put there as a result of the pandemic and needing to do something quickly. But I'm wondering, as a long-term plan for this neighborhood, whether that's the best option. I would rather see Bedford closed off to everything except buses, bicycles, and pedestrians and deliveries. Have the sidewalks widened. The sidewalks on Bedford are not nearly wide enough, because that's where most of the businesses are, and that's where most of the tourists and people coming into this neighborhood are walking up and down Bedford prior to the open streets, and they still are. And now there's more traffic than ever on Bedford. On Bedford. So the traffic from Barry, which is a less populated street, is now all on Bedford. I'm getting honking. The buses are getting held up in traffic, causing more honking. So why hasn't that been considered?
Thank you, Will.
Yep.
Tyler, what's your last name?
Bleuel, Bleuel. We're hearing a lot of extremist positions about it should be all cars, no pedestrians, no bikes, everything's too noisy and everything. I think DOT is actually being too tepid. I think that, yeah, Barry should be an open street. I think Bedford should also be an open street, and Driggs and Grant and Kent and all of them. In the meantime, this is a very tepid, short-term plan that I'm excited for. I love that DOT is being more aggressive with their timeline. I love that the professionals who know about pollution, who know about loading zones, who know about all these traffic regulations feel empowered to actually do their job. And I think it's frankly offensive that, we're making Emily and all these professionals spend 4 hours online to talk to people who don't know what they're talking about, who are living in the most expensive zip code in the borough and are complaining that too many people want to be there. It's too popular, and we need to make it less exciting of a destination. So I'm excited that DOT is being more aggressive. I don't think they're going far enough, but I think we should absolutely let them go with their timeline and go with their actions.
Thank you. Roxy?
Hi, we've lived here for the
Roxy, what's your last name?
Browning, Brwning.
Got it. Thank you.
We moved in about 2 years ago, and I have to say we've never, until the last couple of weeks, received any notice about larger changes coming to the block. And I think the presentation shown seemed to lack any greater detail on a block by block basis on what was really going to happen. It seemed very preliminary. We have also noticed much more dirt from the lack of cleaning, and I think there's just a lot of rats, a lot of things that haven't really been addressed that should be before any changes are made.
Thank you. Oh,
Sorry, can I just jump in there really quickly? I understand it's late, but I do want to be able to answer some of these questions because people are
why don't you
asking very
just?
good questions.
I'll tell you
So can I
what.
just-
Why don't
a few
Emily?
things?
Emily, take notes, and we'll do your responses at the end.
Perfect. Thank you.
Sure. Lisa Jaycox.
Hi. I've lived in North Brooklyn for 17 years. I support a permanent Barry open street because I want to see more outdoor space, reduce pollution, and safer corridors for pedestrians and bikers in our neighborhood. Like many of you, some of the things that I like most about North Brooklyn are the diversity of the shops, the walkability, and all the amazing food. Our gorgeous waterfront and fond memories of art and music that has been a part of who we are for decades. Open streets preserves more outdoor space for just this kind of vibe that makes North Brooklyn a wonderful place to live and visit. The Barry Open Street slows down traffic and provides a safe green corridor from the Williamsburg Bridge to McCarran Park. Please continue to give us this one street where we don't have to dodge cars and can have room to breathe, roller skate, ride bikes, or scooters. Furthermore, open streets have been shown to improve mental health outcomes, as I know William mentioned earlier, which is something we desperately need after so many months of pandemic-related trauma. Please make this change permanent and invest in our community safety, health, and well-being. Thank you.
Thank you. Katie Denny Horowitz.
Hey there. Sorry I didn't get a chance to talk earlier, but I think that in listening to a lot of people, it seems like there's a lot of issues that have been taking place from the beginning that I completely understand, which are things like the rollout, the implementation, even perhaps the management. And these are things that DOT and the community are working on improving over time. You know, I don't live on Berry Street, but I'm very active on Berry Street. There are a lot of early education programs, for example, that I participate in. So I walk with my kids on Berry Street as the person who just spoke, going down from one part of Berry Street to McCarran Park. That's how I bring my kids there. And so it absolutely has been implemented as a corridor. And so in that way, the seeds that have been planted by DOT and by the community as a corridor are certainly things that have been starting to work. And I think what we've seen in the plan that's presented tonight and the work that community's been doing is that we're on our way to realize the pedestrian, the cycling opportunities in motion. And so I think DOT is working on implementing some of the ways that it could be managed better in responding to the community's concerns of management.
Thanks, Katie.
Of,
Sorry,
Eric.
Katie.
Okay.
Sorry, you're over. Okay.
All right. Thanks. Thanks, Eric. Bye.
Guillaume. Guillaume Richard.
Yes, sorry. I'm actually on Berry now, right now. The biggest danger to my life right now is the car, not whizzing rats on bicycles and the other nonsense. I don't know what kind of film my neighbors live in. I fully support the plan DOT has presented. I wish it would extend it further. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Francoise Olivas.
So just listing, and I think, one thing just to take away from this is that, the residents who are closer to Mcguinness is saying that they don't want, there's that street to be a cut through for people, but it's also the same thing that residents on Berry Street are saying. So I think also asking for, starting to look at the noise pollution that happens because of traffic, but also because the plethora of bars and restaurants and noise pollution, where it seems very, kind of esoteric, it leads to a lot of mental health as well as, heart issues. I know people who have been rushed to the hospital because they haven't been able to get sleep. So I think we are a community that is seeing thousands upon thousands of residents come here, and we are lacking the proper infrastructure to support it. I think everybody would love to have a truly protected bike route that, my 4-year-old doesn't want to learn to ride a bike here because it's not safe for her. And that safety is cars, it is trucks, but it is also
Thank you,
cyclists.
Francoise. Thank you.
And just one last thing, because I think it needs
Evelyn,
to be addressed.
No, I'm sorry. Evelyn. Erica.
Hi. So my name is Erica Joswick. I live in Community Board 1. I'm a wholehearted supporter of a permanent Berry open street. I bike down the street every day on my way to and from work, and I also use it, throughout the week, and I've really appreciated all the extra safety that's provided. I'm really excited to see this super thoughtful design that DOT's presented and disseminated in a bunch of different ways, and really encourage use of plaza blocks that have been successful elsewhere in the city. I just want to thank you again for really sticking it out and listening to all of the folks who have stuck around this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. David Clark Smith.
Hi. When you design streets for cars and traffic, you get more cars and traffic. When you design street spaces for pedestrians and people, you get more pedestrians and people. And that's why I'm in favor of the Berry open street plan. We are a pedestrian majority neighborhood, and our streets need to reflect that more. Thank you.
Thank you. Dan Keyser.
Hello, my name is Dan. I live on Franklin and walk through Berry all the time. I love the open street. I'm fully support of At the DOT event, loved it then too. I like the traffic reversals. I think that's cool. The loading zones are also cool. I think DOT should consider removing more parking for things like rain gardens, bike parking, literally anything else.
Thank you, Dan. Cole Kennedy.
That's it.
Thanks, Cole.
Yeah, hi. I'm a resident of Community Board 1. My zip code is 11222. If you want my personal address, my name's right there. You can find me online and ask. I support the plan DOT presented. I'm really wondering about this lack of community outreach people keep complaining about because we've been here for almost 6 hours listening to the community. Speaking of which, I'm really furious that a board member, Mary Adamarok, among other people, suggests that I'm being paid to express my support of the Berry Street Open Plan. I'm not being paid, and if people are passionate about having to share their address, that's not how this works. I live on Mcguinness Boulevard. Other people decided to give their opinion on that. That's fine. I walk up and down Berry Street every week to shop, to go do groceries, to visit friends, to go to restaurants. It is absurd that that would be a means testing thing to be like, oh, if you don't live here, it doesn't count. To say that my concerns aren't valid because I don't literally live on Berry Street is a disappointing thing to hear from a board member of a body that is supposed to solicit community feedback, especially from someone who's a staff member of a congresswoman.
Thank you, Cole. Bridget R.
Hi, Eric, I need to respond to that. I'm sorry. What? First of all, I'm speaking for myself, and I am not speaking for the Congresswoman. Okay, that's what I needed to say.
Thank you. Bridget.
Hi,
What's your last name?
Rathsmann.
Thank
I'm
you.
a resident of Community Board 1. I've been in this meeting since, 6:40. I support the open street on Berry. It's the only place where, as a pedestrian, I feel fully safe, which I don't do anywhere else because everybody else has SUVs and minivans that make the last year has been super deadly on our streets, especially for children under 14 and for the elderly. And this very open street plan is a great step towards making the city safer. And I mean, I want to see more. I want to see like mid-block chicanes. I want to see closed plazas, etc.
Okay, thank you. Benjamin.
Hi, yeah, sorry. I'm Benjamin Lampel. I'm also a member of Community Board 1 here. I fully support the Berry Open Street. I think the design we saw today and that we've been seeing during the multiple outreach events over the last few months is a great plan. I think it covers a lot of the issues that people have been talking about, especially around the shared street usage and the bike lanes. By having specific places for bikes, we make the street less dangerous in that way, and we also help slow car traffic without completely eliminating it, allowing everyone who needs access to a car access, and making cars less convenient is not really a problem to me. There are heavily subsidized convenience in this city already, and for the vast majority of people are not needed. So I cede my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Ania. She, her, I need your name.
Can you hear me?
I can. What? Oh, wait. Okay, so Ania, go ahead, quick.
Yes. I visit Berry Street to go to the veterinarian's office, and I don't know how everybody else feels safe there, but I've almost been hit by many bicycles and those little scooters or motorized scooters, delivery people. I don't know what exactly they're called. And I don't feel safe there at all. And I don't think it's really right to put the people that live there in a forever, making it permanent and making them deal with that forever. I think it's against their quality of life. And I also want to say that I thought it was really unprofessional and disappointing to see all those people writing signs and holding them up while somebody was speaking. I think that was very rude. We all have our turn and we wait for our turn to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. She, her, I need your name for the record, please.
Hey, Eric, it's Jessamine Lee. Hi, nice to see you.
Oh, thank you.
I am a parent at PS 84. I've been a parent there for a decade. And I really, I invite our friends at DOT. I invite our friends at DOT to attend a PTA meeting or an SLT meeting to get more engagement from our community. I can say that the Open Streets has thus far proved an important conduit for families walking to school. One thing, we have not really been super involved in the planning process of this new development and Open Streets. We strongly request that the South First Grand block of Barry be transitioned to a full closure schools block. We're the only block in Open Streets that has a school on it that is not a full closure school block. And when we talk about equity, I can't think of anything more equitable than providing our students with an additional open space to utilize as a learning space, as an exercise space, especially in these times. 84 has been a good neighbor advocating for use of our space. We are the driving force behind the renovation of William Sheridan Playground. We've advocated with DOT
Thank you,
for
Jessamine.
a traffic light that's coming in.
Thank
And
you, Jessamine.
please,
Thank you, Jessamine.
thank you.
Thank you. Samuel Klein.
So I was unable to make the meeting on May 14. I was sick with COVID at the time and therefore physically unable to attend. So this is the first opportunity I've had to weigh in on this. I'm not the owner of my business, but I am responsible for receiving daily truck deliveries to a business with a loading dock on Berry Street. And it's on one of those blocks where a traffic reversal is being proposed. So I'm very, very concerned about how this proposal is going to impact my ability to receive those trucks, which are both box trucks and tractor trailers. And those are just absolutely crucial to my business and to many people that we do employ. So I'm in favor of open streets in general, but really opposed to the specific design and especially the timeline of its proposed implementation, especially if veteran input. Thank you.
Thank you,
Sorry,
Samuel.
can you repeat the location of your business, please?
Samuel. Samuel.
Yeah, so we're
Samuel, you're muted. Go ahead.
sorry, Berry Street between North 6th and North 7th.
Thanks. Salem.
Oh, hey, fantastic. Thanks, Eric. Thanks, Emily, and also Zach and all the DOT folks. Really appreciate your presentations. My name is Salem Hilal, like the witch trials. You might remember me as the guy who was going to clean the boulder on Leonard and Broadway during that redesign. So, I've been here for quite a while. I'm a resident of CB1, live on Leonard and Meserville. I don't see why that matters, but, I'm here to say that I'm in absolute full support of the Berry Open Street. During the pandemic, I lived on Division in Berry. The street was a lifeline to me. It gave me a space to be outside, made getting groceries easier. It gave me almost direct access to McCarran Park. And I loved it so much that I started showing up to meetings like this one, which, I don't think explaining to anybody what I did tonight is going to be a bit of a tale. To that end, I'm really excited about the proposal a lot. I think it's fantastic. I think rethinking the street as a people-first street is a great start, and it's something I hope to see the city do more of in the future. I'd love to see it go all the way down to Broadway or Division Avenue, which would connect the bridge all the way through to McCarran or to my old apartment. Thank you so much for your time. Thanks for being up so late, and that's all.
Thank you. It does go to Broadway, by the way. Kevin Lachera.
So I meant the redesign, just to be clear, not the.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you, Eric.
Kevin, go ahead.
Thank you, Kevin Lachera, proud Greenpoint resident, 11222, but love Berry as well. Something that I want to talk a little bit about is Councilmember Gutierrez talked about equity. And the Berry Open Street serves as a vital corridor from the south side to McCarran Park. All this discussion about the size of our parks and how McCarran Park is so big and why can't people just go to a park? What Jessamine said about PS 84, which is wild that people were thumbs downing kids having a play street in front of their school, but okay, is vital, right? Because what you're talking about is there are people that live in the neighborhood that want to walk and bike safely to school. Nearly 100% of our roads are 100% dedicated to cars. And what's wild is that in this redesign, people are still able to access with their cars every single block and park on every single block. And I wish the DOT would go further. We've been begging them to go further for all these types of things. But this is the priority, right? You know, and I think that the priority has to be the crisis that is coming, which is the climate crisis, and
Thank you,
making these
Kevin.
green corridors for people across this
Thank
neighborhood.
you, Kevin. Kevin Costa.
Hey, thank you. I wanted to address some of what I think are the most positive aspects of this open street. I like how DOT has taken physical like infrastructure, be it planters and boulders, and actually made the street design part of the open street. I think that that's one of the best components of the open street. You know, no longer is there a need for barriers, but rather cars have to slow down because of these bottlenecks, which I think makes it inherently safer for everyone and more convenient for motorists who don't have to necessarily get out of their car to move barricades. I also think that the greenery is a nice welcome um, change of pace from the boulders and the kind of grayness often that DOT implements in the street. So welcome as much greenery as possible. And then I also think that just in general that these open streets are, you know, a welcome, much needed safety improvement that I think can really be maximized by, you know, everyone who calls that street home or visits it. To Kevin's
Thanks,
point
Kevin.
about equity,
Sorry, Kevin. I gave you a little extra time because you're on the committee, but we got to go. James, last name.
Hello, my last name is Jensen, Jensen.
Please go ahead.
I'm a resident of Williamsburg, and I'm an ardent supporter of Berry Open Street. I bike on Berry multiple times. I support my local businesses by riding my bike to them. Car ownership in this neighborhood hovers just over 30%. It's a luxury good, and frankly, I believe that it's not feasible or desirable for the vast majority of our neighbors to own a car. As Kevin mentioned, we are living through a climate crisis, and recent events make it clear that at the federal level, we don't understand it. But we, as neighbors, can look after one another, and I believe we have a moral obligation to do so. And that includes making Berry Open Street permanent. So for future iterations, I request that Berry includes more public space through the removal of parking with the goal of creating more pedestrian exclusive space, adding public seats, tables, and bike parking. Thank you, DOT, so much so far for everything you've done. I really appreciate all you've done to make it a reality.
Thank you, James. Luke Olson. Can't hear you, Luke. Can't hear you. I'll come back to you. Casey Coons.
Hi, I'm a resident of Williamsburg. I use Berry Street every day, whether by foot or by bike. I feel it's my safest option to get to the grocery store, to get to McCarran Park. So I fully support Berry Open Streets. Thank you.
Thank you. Luke, you back? Dan Elstein? Is that right? Yeah, Elstein?
Yeah, Dan Elstein.
Dan Elstein, sure.
Hey, so yeah, I'm a resident of CB1. I live in Greenpoint on Lorimer and Mesril. However, my sister lives on North Berry and 4th. Not North Berry and North 4th. And she is not a very strong biker. And so having this very important artery from her apartment to my apartment has really strengthened our relationship. And I really value having that safe passage for us to be able to see each other and not having to worry about, oh, is somebody going to get hurt on the way, like hit by a car or hit by whatever on the way to see each other. And so thank you, DOT, thank you, CB, for hearing this, and I fully support the permanent Berry Open Street. Thank you.
Thank you, Anne Ray.
Hi, I've actually never spoken in a meeting like this before, not once, so sorry if I take a minute to get it out. I'm a resident of CB1, and I just wanted to say that, as you can probably see from my background, I'm a book lover. And over the course of the pandemic, I began working with like a really small team of people to just collect books from the neighborhood and give them back to the community. And on Barry Open Streets, this little team of people, we set up like a table and some signs. And in that time, we've probably given away about 1,400 books, many of which went to kids. And at one event, a girl came up to the table and just shouted like, "Oh my God, books!" And then she and her friends and her mom spent like an hour browsing and reading and just like hanging out like little kids should. And I just wanted to say that I think that I hope that you guys can consider that kind of event as well, and
Thank
how
you.
it can
Thank
actually
you, Ann.
move.
Thank you, Ann.
Okay,
No,
thanks.
you did good. Okay. Brent Babenzi.
Yep. Thanks. My name is Brent Benzi. I live near PS 84. I walk down Barry every day, multiple times a day. I see kids riding their bikes. I see people walking their dogs. I see elderly people with walkers go down the street because there's finally confidence to go down. The sidewalk's actually quite narrow, and so I think making this more permanent changes will be great. That we don't need this little metal barrier to keep a street safe, but we'll have physical infrastructure there. And speaking of PS 84, I would like to see the entire length be fortified and maybe even extend up to Lorimer because we have more school. None of the schools on Barry are in this plan. And so we'd love to see that continue. All the street seats look great. And as we learn how the street works, we can adjust all these different things. So big fan of all of this. Thank you.
Thank you. Luke, close us out. Are you back? Last word is Luke Olson.
My computer crashed. Sorry.
Okay, make it funny, Luke.
We all lasted, but my computer did not. So I want to thank everyone for staying on for this long. I want to thank DOT for the presentation. I want to thank Eric and the whole board for bearing with all of the people speaking. I think it's really, really valuable that I know it's a long time we all get to speak. I would argue, regardless of zip code or address, that we're all here at 11:26 at Community Board 1 on a Zoom, on a WebEx, not because we live far away, but because we live in the neighborhood. So I'm just going to go out on a limb there. Urgency. The urgency here is traffic violence. There's someone killed in traffic every 3 days. There's someone injured a few times a day in New York City traffic, and the open streets are a huge step in changing that culture. Before there was an open street, riding my bike on Barry Street, obeying all the traffic rules, I was hit by a car running a stop sign. This has changed the culture. It is a game changer. And I would just, the last thing I'll say, the culture of the street is not doom and gloom. It is not rats and bicycles and bacchanal and insanity. It is, I need to make a delivery. I'll slide this barricade over. Great.
Okay.
I'm a Lyft driver. What is going on in the street?
Thanks,
you
Luke.
go over
Thanks,
here.
Luke.
That's what's happening.
Thanks, Luke. Okay, that's the last speaker.
Don't forget me. Sorry, I've been here the whole time.
There are still 5 speakers, Eric.
Well, I'm going back to front, so I'm sorry about it, and I'm getting the hook. So
Excuse me, Eric. Excuse me. This is Chair Fuller. Good evening,
yes,
everybody.
Chair Fuller.
Eric, you're going to have to end this meeting. Do your wrap up and let's close it down. Thank you, everybody, for your patience.
Please, Chair Fuller, there's only 5 people left. Please, they've been waiting for 6 hours.
I have staff that's been working all day and sitting here half the night.
Give them 15 seconds each, please.
No, look, Kevin, Eric is chairing this meeting. I gave him some direction.
I must defer to the chair. This item is closed. We will discuss it at either a July or August meeting. I thank everyone for staying. If you didn't get a chance to speak, email your comments to the community board office. They will be recognized and counted for the record. Item 5, old business. Hearing none. New business. I have one item. I know Neil Sheehan was on the call before. There is an issue with alternate side parking and the fact that we are now meeting DSNY criteria over 90% cleanliness in some of the sanitation survey districts, particularly in North Brooklyn, Greenpoint area. We will be taking that up at an August meeting to request that DSNY reevaluate the 2-day alternate side cleaning when it is clearly not needed with a 93% clean rate. That's my new business. Anyone else have new business? Board members?
Eric, I do have one piece of new business. Are we going to talk about district needs during July?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah,
and,
well,
and I mean, you asked Emily to respond to a few questions
yeah,
at the
I
end of
did.
this meeting,
I
but
did.
I guess
You know
I
what?
don't know.
We can't. I'm getting direction from the chair to close the meeting, so I'm sorry. We'll take it up in July. Emily, if you want to email responses to the notes that you took, I will disseminate it to the committee, and they can people can reach out for responses.
Thank you.
Any other new business? Meeting adjourned. Thank you everyone for hanging out, staying till the end.